tagline and our mantra is to bring opportunities and decision makers together. This is a platform where health decision makers and influencers and leaders of the healthcare industry come together with solution providers and a network for accelerated growth. This is the 14th edition of the HealthCare 360 Summit. Thank you all very much for being with us, and we encourage you to engage in as much networking and participation as possible. We've also assembled a seasoned assembly of speakers to engage in panel discussions, and it promises to be a very exciting day today. We've seen highlights of the previous edition, and you've also seen a video of what to expect for today. So it promises to be a very interesting session, and I'm sure that all of you will immensely benefit from the 14th edition of the HealthCare 360 Summit. So my name is Sunny. I'll be your MC for today. Look forward to introducing all of these sessions. And I'd like to start our session today. The first presentation, the keynote address, is a very interesting topic. The topic is healthy materials. And we all talk about healthy personality or healthy person, but healthy materials? How can a material be healthy? That's a very interesting and novel concept, and that's the reason why the first session today is going to introduce you to this new and novel concept, healthy materials. Our keynote address speaker is Mr. Anand Swaminathan, who's the director of the Healthcare and Airports Division, Design from ADM Design. He's a regular of our events, has been with us for many of our previous editions as well. So without any further ado, can I please welcome on stage Mr. Anand Swaminathan for the keynote address.
Home comforts, whatever the moment, for example, whenever we're traveling or whenever we're outside our house, the moment we come back to our house, we feel more comfortable. Because home is a place where we feel more comfortable. But the home comforts are not only defined or confined to our house. We expect that in our office buildings, be it for the retail outlets or holiday accommodation, wherever we go for that. And as we expect, any building has to be sustainable. Is the text visible for all of you? Yes. Please. So we expect the building to be sustainable, green, zero carbon or net zero energy, and high performance. But are you sure about is it healthy? Yes. To an extent it is healthy, but not to the fullest extent. So when our buildings are healthy, so are we. For example, people spend only 10% of our time in an outdoor environment or in an open environment. The moment we feel it's humid or we are sweating, we always get into a comfort zone where we need an AC, I can say about it. So in an open environment, only air is polluted, whereas the remaining 90% of the time that we spend in our buildings are nothing but home, offices, institutions, schools, and hospitals, which is the last building or the building that we don't want to go in. Anybody would like to say that? So all these buildings are filled with toxic materials or inbuilt toxic chemicals that constitutes the ingredients of these materials. So dangerous health and side effects of these materials are what we call as silent epidemic or slow killing. Post the COVID, everybody is aware of the word pandemic, but epidemic was it's a local confined, I can say, but regional basis. So building products won't harm us. Are you sure about this? Are the construction materials healthy to our users? We as architects, engineers and builders, we know the material composition, its ingredients, patterns and raw material used. But are these materials basically are chemically processed, coated, treated and processed together to form the construction material? So basically these chemicals in these building materials are known as invisible greenhouse gases and are equally harmful to. So well-being starts with what we are building with. For example, healthy environment starts with healthy choices on building materials. The chemical composition right from the concrete to the carpet is full of ingredients which even the manufacturers don't know to the fullest extent, I can say about it. So what is healthy material? Any idea? Any which is visible now. Materials that are don't or less emit any chemicals and toxic substances that are harmful. But for well-being, for the humans as well as for the end users. So there are some agencies and organizations all across the world which certify these materials that are healthy for any users for that matter. For example, there's an agency called Healthy Building Network that certifies the materials, and for Google even the agency or the corporation called Portico. So for example, when Google built its public hotels or in lobbies and things like that. This is less expensive because it's full of, I can say about art laterite or laterite finish, which is more durable because it's long lasting, which will last minimum for around 10 years, I can say about it. The foam of this size typically consists about 956 grams of flame retardant chemicals. These materials that are being used over here emit a lot of toxic substances. Any idea about flame retardant substances? These substances basically delays or the spread of the fire. These are primarily used in fabrics, wood, textiles, and these flammable materials usages increase day by day. For example, even in a woman who is carrying or you can say who is pregnant, typically when she is confining herself to a house, there are a lot of flame retardant substances that basically enters through the placenta to the baby that is growing inside her uterus. For example, plastics in building and consumer products. This all increases the use of flame retardant chemicals, which is widely used, as we know all about it, like to the water bottles, which we keep drinking water, then be for the plastic toys, TV cables or cable jackets, a lot of materials. It is day-to-day use. In fact, government is spending a lot of awareness campaigns to avoid the usage of plastics, but still we are unable to come out of it. For example, in hospitals, we typically use vinyl clothing in a lot of areas, starting from ICU, wards, OTs, and everywhere. That is also emitting a lot of toxic substances. Obviously, there are certain products available in the market which is completely toxic free. We'll talk about it as we get a bit further. Typically, what we see vinyl as in hospital use is affordable, durable, long-lasting, and is resistant to stains, easily cleanable because there are no crevices and joints in the vinyl clothing which does not accumulate any microorganisms or bacteria, things like that. But it consists of a lot of toxic substances called phthalates, acetaminophen, which is not good for any human being because it is not good for endocrine or respiratory toxicants. And there are alternatives extraction, where it is harming the workers, manufacturing, where workers as well as pollutes into the earth, which basically spreads in the form of an air and in water, which air we breathe, and water which plants eat, or the animals eat, which we directly and indirectly eat that also. And usage, it's obviously hazarding the occupants, and disposal also, it emits a lot of fumes and other things which is not good for inhalation, I can say about it. So manufacturing, when we talk about basically it is hazardous and pollutant to the workers during the extraction process. So what we talk about the vinyl carcinogenic cells, it impacts human health even in smaller amounts. Right from its extraction, what we call as vinyl chlorine monomer, and basically we add an additive where it is also, it emits a lot of toxic substances. For example, in the year 2019, it emits a lot of toxic substances which is all spread into air. So when you talk about the OSHA limit, Occupational Safety and Health Hazard Administration, they talk about only 2.6 milligram cubic meter of air in 12 hours a day. Whereas in the year 2019, worldwide PVC manufacturers have emitted 541 billion milligrams of vinyl chlorine monomer into the air. So PVC as such, we know it is thermally unstable and self-degradable in UV light. In our houses or be it for the apartments or residences, we always use UPVC windows. Are anyone is aware of what you mean by UPVC windows?
Unplasticized.
Sorry?
Unplasticized.
Yeah. So as you rightly said, it's basically an unplasticized polyvinyl chloride. I can say UPVC windows. See, when the PVC is made into a window, for example, they have to use an additive called unplasticized. Basically, it is a plasticizer as an additive is not being used, so that it becomes thermally stable for usage. So to make it rigid and flexible, it is used with chemical additives. So heat stabilizers, be it for lead or cadmium, is also a hazardous ingredient, and plasticizer as in stabilizer is being used, which emits phthalates up to 50% in its final product. So for example, it is used in sheet resilient flooring, mainly in vinyl and window roller shades also. So phthalates, the toxic substance that the PVC emits, it creates a lot of side effects like early puberty in girl child, and breast cancer, and male figures undescended testicles, and prostate cancer, more occurrences of prostate cancer I can say about it. And obviously it suppresses the male androgens as well as sperm count also reduces it. And PVC, when we talk about to disposal and recycle it, there also it emits a lot of chemical substances which is not good for any human beings or beings as well for animals. For example, when disposing PVC object or material, 80% of the chlorine is always flows into the municipal drain. So when we completely burn it across, it emits hydrogen chloride and water as well as carbon dioxide. So it is a rare reality that dioxin is obtained as a byproduct after its burning. So alternative disposal for burning is to do a landfill. Landfill that is also pollutes the nearby localities, and when it is recycled, typically an aluminum can, when we recycle it, we can get it in the same form, but it is reduced weight. Whereas PVC, we can't be recycling it, we can only be downcycle that material. So for example, when we burn a PVC chlorine material, it cannot be obtained back as a PVC material, can get as a traffic code as a byproduct of that. So in the entire world, which is a country that completely buys this burn product of PVC, it's China for that matter. So typically when we see any toys for that matter, there is always a text called 3+ or 5+ in this particular toy. Any idea about what does that indicates? We notionally think, oh, it is good for kids above 3+, or it is fit for kids above 5+ and things like that. But generally it is not the case. It is actually not good for kids who are less than that age, because those byproducts are not good enough for any kids or human beings which is less than their age can use that. That is the meaning of behind it. So this, some of the Google extracts I can talk about it. For example, the combustion of PVC as I was talking about, it emits hydrogen chloride, which is a sensory and the pulmonary irritant, and carbon monoxide, which obviously the vehicles emit, we end up inhaling for that. And that is a byproduct of a PVC combustion. So when a PVC unit is heated, what does it release? It's basically emits a toxic hydrogen chloride gas which we don't see it, but we end up inhaling in that room or wherever it is being burnt, I can say about it. That's the reason a lot of villages, wherever the landfills are being done by the municipal corporations, they raise a red flag saying that please don't keep this as a garbage area for building. Basically it pollutes a nearby residents, I can say about it. So there are alternatives for PVC materials available in the market. For example, carpet backing, we can use polyvinyl vinyl and plumbing pipes. As of now, everybody is using its CPVC pipes as a plumbing material. But 20 years prior, it's all the GA pipes we have been using it. Now, CPVC is all across, we can say about it. And these are some of the alternatives. So, for example, PVP, what we use as a binding agent between the glasses, it is not actually a chlorinated plastic. A plastic, when it is combined with chlorine, is not at all acceptable. So, a typical 10 toxins I can say about that are being predominantly used in our houses. For example, outdoor air is polluted, indoor everything is polluted. And sick building syndrome we talk about it. And outcome effects is mainly caused by indoor air quality infused through chemical pollution. So this basically causes the allergic skin diseases, breathing difficulties, neurological disorders, and cancers in various forms. For example, paint we talk about. So when we specify paint materials to our clients, we talk about it's a low VOC compound that directly defines a 1 liter of paint should not exceed 25 grams of VOC content. But there are paints available in the market which is completely VOC free. Only thing is we need to do a proper a lot of research to understand what are the chemical components available in that. So the outcomes and side effects of more VOC contents in paints leads to asthma, sinus, neurological disorders, infertility, and lot of it basically triggers a inborn carcinogenic cells that present in any human body that leads to cancers. So for example, carpets, the major components of this, and the outcomes and side effects are visual, nasal, and respiratory problems. And there are products available in the market without EcoWorks backing rather than going for a polyvinyl backing for the carpets. Alternatives available are organic cottons, jute, and hardwood floored with natural drugs. So for example, whenever we go to hotels, these days even residences are also using something like a PVC sheet in our bake area within the washrooms we can talk about it. So generally these are not used in the US because those are developed countries and we are still in developing countries. We predominantly use all of this. And this consists of approximately 8 different VOC components, which is 16 times greater than the WHO guidelines. And this is all nothing but the internet research. I cannot research, the internet search, I have done it to understand it. It's very difficult to put it in use, but at least awareness is there, and some of the clients have started accepting it. Yes, it comes with a cost. When it comes to a normal, let's say, I can say about, it's basically cost 2.5 times in the usual products that we use, or usual cost that we put it for building usage. And the outcomes, as for the phthalates that consists of this PVC, shower curtains, the outcomes are it impacts the brain functions, memory, learning and behavior within the kids, and harmful effects to growth and development of children. The alternative materials we have PIVA, which is very less toxic, and then hemp, which is nothing but a PVC free, and then we have mosaic flooring instead of vinyl sheets. People are going back to mosaic flooring, by the way. And talking about the furnitures, we have this cancer and neurological impairment and hormone disruptions. So coming back to the hospital, which the building which no one wants to go about it, we always think it provides a healing environment, a stress reduction, and a safety and a high quality indoor spaces, which provides for the patients, caregivers, as well for their family members. So this is a typical cross section of an inpatient room in the hospital. So which obviously is a rear side where the medical gases are coming, where you use laminated panels, and then the bed, and then the opposite we use plywood or storage cabinets. See the kind of materials that we use, which is nothing but a paint, and then solid surface, what we call as an acrylic, and then the flooring, which is vinyl, and furnitures, which is full of art leatherette or leatherette finish, and then we have insulations, and then we have wall coverings in the form of laminates and plywoods, and these are the kind of toxic substances that are present in all these materials, which is self-renewable, I can say. So So we as architects and engineers need to have a precautionary approach, and there are alternative materials which comes with a cost, and it's all a part of decision making during the initial stages of the designs. So typical question that comes from every businessman or administrator, they talk about what is my payback period onto that. It's not a quantity based or definition we can say about it. We are basically giving back the life of the end of what you can say users, end users I can say about it. So it's only the commercial buying power can bring a rapid change rather than giving from the manufacturing side I can say about it. If not for us, at least for the future generation, we need to give a toxic free building materials to be used in construction. That's from my side. Any queries please? So I represent a company called ADM, and we currently are working for this group of clients. Just to give a background to the last slide. That's from our side.
Do you have any questions, Mr. Anand?
Sure. Yeah, thanks. Thanks everyone.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Swaminathan. You know, one thing that really struck me in your presentation was, you mentioned in fact quite a couple of times, hospitals are the buildings that nobody wants to go to. Now, why do we have this perception? Why do we have this view? Why do people have this view that hospital is an undesirable or egregious place to be? And most important of all, in the future, going forward, how do we design a hospital that's going to transform and change this perception completely 180 degrees? How do we create a hospital that people want to go to, a building that people want to visit, and that is conducive towards well-being? This is actually a very important topic, and something that our next panel discussion is going to discuss in detail. It so happens to be the topic of our next panel discussion, Healthcare Vision 2024 now, it's now to 2030, planning, designing and executing the future hospitals, including building a hospital that is conducive for patients and people want to go to. Very interesting conversation. I'd like to invite our panelists on the stage. Get the chairs, please. So starting with Mrs. Monica Kejriwal, who's been with us in our previous events as well. Mrs. Monica Kejriwal is the Director of Healthcare of RSP Design Consultants. Our next panelist is Mr. Sanjay Papinazar, who's the Director of Skydome Designs. We also have Dr. Vijay PV, who's a partner of Integra Ventures. We also have Mr. Raghava Rao, who's the CEO of Chamomile Healthcare. And our last panelist is Mr. Kosal Raman, who's the Principal Architect and Managing Director of Infobreeze Project Management Consultants. And the moderator for this discussion, the gentleman will be asking all of the questions and going in detail for the next 45 minutes or so, is Mr. Suresh Shenoy, who's the Senior Vice President of Acme Consulting. So can I please welcome all of our panelists and our moderator on the stage, please.
I would like to know the group. Anybody from the hospitals are here? And anybody hope this program will be very much useful for those who are planning to construct a hospital, either today, tomorrow, or maybe in future. See, if you look at the healthcare industry today, you can see that it is all the more complex than ever before, and has to face a lot of challenges. And so those people who are planning to start a hospital should know about all these challenges and what are the things in that, how you can overcome those challenges. So that is very, very important. And as the headline of the topic says, it is very, very important. And if you look at, if you are able to take these things in advance, then you will be able to have a successful and timely construction of the hospital, and also a successful running of the hospital also. So having said that, let us see some of the things which are the challenges which are coming, like now the regulatory requirements. I am not going to say all the things, but a few which I think which are all more important than the others. Like the regulatory requirements. Like if you are looking at 10 years back or 15 years back or 20 years back, it was not been so much regulated. The healthcare industry was not much regulated. But now if you see, there are a lot of regulations coming into the market, in the industry, and it is going to be organized. Earlier it was not much organized, but now it is, the government is also making it, all efforts to make it more organized and a safer place, because like Mr. Sani was saying, that hospital is the least interested place for a person to go and visit, and the reasons are very obvious also, except in one case where it is an expected mother and family. None other than this segment wants to go to a hospital. So the regulatory requirements are for the safety of the patients and the community, and also for the visitors, staff, etc. So there are so many regulatory requirements, like if you look at starting from the statutory and legal requirements, then there are NBC guidelines, then there are, NABH has come. So NABH, if you are following NABH have taken all these regulations and those kind of things into this NABH standards, so that if you are following the NABH, you are following all the guidelines. Even if you don't know also, you will be following it. So the thing is that never ever compromise on the statutory or legal areas, because if not today, tomorrow it can give you some troubles. Even somebody is deviating from the norms, maybe you may not be faced with any problems immediately, but maybe after some time, even a local politician also can come and threaten you to exploit. And if somebody goes to a court also, then they can say that it has been violated. So that is an issue. And all the more, if you look at the Consumer Protection Act, is also very, very strong nowadays. So never compromise on all the statutory and legal requirements. That is the one thing. And if you are looking at the another challenge, what we can see is the changing payment models. Earlier, if you are looking at it, it's more of a cash payment. Patients come, walk in, gets the treatment and makes the payment from his pocket. But now it is changing. The insurance is taking over. So insurance has got certain criteria, and now for getting empaneled in the insurance sector, you might have to have an NABH or NABH entry level, something like that. So these kind of things very, very important. So you have to ensure that if you have to have an NABH, then you have to follow all these legal regulations. Another thing is that changing patient profile. The patients of today are not like the patients of yesterday. They are more aware, more educated, and they are more demanding, and they have a lot of options and choices. Earlier it was not like that. Not many choices, so they have to depend only one or two hospitals. But now there are so many hospitals in and around, and so many doctors are also, so that he has a chance. So what is the trick for, or what is the answer for this? to attract these patients and sustaining them and retaining them with you. Basically, it's the patient experience. So give a wow experience to these patients, they will come back again. And not only they will come back again, they will also go and spread this among their community, and so that you will get more patients. So that is another one. And another challenge is that emerging technologies, if you look at, you can see that recent years, maybe in the last 10 years, there are a lot of startups coming into the market, and government is promoting startups to come with new and new technologies and new inventions. Unlike the old Ambassador or Fiat, now you can see that the new generation of all these cars are coming out with newer and newer technologies and newer designs and fuel efficiency, safety, etc. So unless and otherwise we also embrace those kind of technologies, then you cannot be relevant in the market. So, and if you look at the other thing is that viability and profitability, all of this you can see that now one side there is an increasing or a rising cost of construction and running the hospitals, the doctor's salary or the staff salary or the equipment costs, it is rising. And another side, you can see that all these, there are certain restrictions, there are packages given by the most of the insurance companies, so that you can't charge more than that. So rising cost is one thing. So how are you going to do that? Manage this. So basically that you can optimize the cost, and also you can use IoT solutions like to save some of the energies and increasing the profitability. So that pressure can be managed to some extent. And another thing is that the aging population. If you look at today, thanks to the medical technologies and the doctors and the hospitals we have, today you can see that the lifespan of people are going up. I think it has crossed almost 70 now. So the aging population is there, so you have to see that when you are designing a hospital, you have to ensure that your hospital is also an elderly friendly hospital. Otherwise, what will happen? It is very easy to make it as an elderly, it is not much of things you have to do. Small things can make it an elderly, friendly, like you can put ramps, the slope of the ramp should not be very high, and handrails you can provide the grab bars, you can provide the access for the, wheelchairs, etc. So these kind of things itself can make the hospitals to some extent elderly friendly. And other these things are like workforce, healthcare workforce. All of us will agree that there is a shortage in the workforce, employee shortage. Apart from that, there is employee burnout and also the employee attrition rates. So how are you going to address this? Shortage, you can't do anything. But when you are getting as staff, you see that they are not burning out. To provide certain good conveniences and comforts in the hospital, so that during their off hours, they can also take some rest. They will be able to have their health also. They can look at their health very well. Because you can see that sometimes if somebody is going to the OT, I have seen many of the OT. Being a NABH consultant, we have been to various hospitals, and it is a pathetic thing which we are used to see in a hospital, especially the OT. Once they enter into the OT complex, they have no place to sit, except for the doctors, they have a doctor's lobby. But many of the other staff are not having it. They are also human beings, so we have to consider them as human beings, and we have to provide those conveniences for them also. And another thing is that because of all those kind of things, efficiency or inefficiency, so we have to challenge, we have to face those challenges also to improving the efficiency. So how you can do that? During the design itself, we can have, or you can optimize the clinical and non-clinical workflows, so that you can avoid so many facade traveling from this side to that side to this side. If you look at sometimes, somebody goes to a hospital, he goes and does the registration at one place, then he has to go to another place, another floor, then come back again to the previous area, and then he have to go for the diagnostics. So these are all things like this, and even the staff also have to take the samples and run away here and there, and also all those kind of things can be managed if you are having a optimized workflow and clinical flow, and you can use a lot of automations. Automations will help you, especially when there is a shortage of staff. The automation will definitely help you, because for example, there are certain areas which have to be monitored daily, maybe on hourly basis also. So if you are putting certain IoT devices there, and if you are able to monitor that, the IoT device, whether you like it or not, they will give you the actual thing, and it can't be fudged, because it is unlike the human beings. It automatically gives you the thing and it will come into the dashboard. So we can take the right things. Whereas if there is a person who is going, if a person is employed for that, he have to go there. How many times he will do? Sometimes he will not do that also. So when there is a shortage of people, you can look at the automation. There are several areas where you can automate. So that is also one thing. And looking at all these kind of things, I think while planning all hospital, the major thing is planning. I think planning and design takes almost 80% of the work, and maybe the rest 20 or 25% will be the execution. You follow whatever you have planned diligently, you follow it 100%. That project can be completed on schedule, and also you can see that you can run it very well also. Not only construction, even running it properly. So the best thing is that it is always better you form a project team. Whenever you are planning for a hospital, you initially the first thing you have to do is form a project team comprising of a good hospital planner, or maybe a hospital planner, an ABH consultant, and an equipment planner, along with the architect, so that they will have a coordinated approach to this, and the result will be much better than the others, because everybody cannot be experts in everywhere. So this team will be able to make it pakka. And not only that, when you are going to start a hospital, you also do identify your target audience. Who are all going to be your target audience? How can you do that? You can do any industry nowadays. It is very, very important that you want to do feasibility study, market feasibility study. So conduct a market feasibility study so that you can identify the right customers for you. Which customer, what is the demand in the market, and what type of procedures have got this thing, what type of things are not available in there, what is the available quality of the thing. It could be availability, quality, or the need. Certain things are available, but the quality will not be there. So how we can provide a quality treatment in that area? So that becomes a gap. That gap can be addressed. So this kind of things can be understood only by doing a market feasibility study, keeping your options open, and that also will give you certain data. That data will help you to plan your business plan, the core strategies, and also the operational strategies. So that is very, very important. So do that. Another thing is that you also prepare one detailed project report. Even if you are not going to the banks for anywhere, when you are going to a bank, they will definitely ask you for this detailed project report. And this detailed project report, not only for that purpose, it is something like a blueprint, which it acts as a gate for you to control the budget and all the other activities, and ensure that that is happening within this thing. And especially it also helps in financial planning, when to raise and when to keep my additional funds with me, how much I'm going to get it from bank, at what stages I'm going to get it from the bank, so how much is the difference which I have to make it up. So this project report will show all those kind of details, where and when you want to raise the money. You have to keep that money in advance, otherwise what happens, if you are going to look at that point of time, it will take longer time, and then it may affect the completion schedule. So if you do all those kind of things, and I am sure that you will be able to have a successful construction of the hospital and also run it properly. So that is why this heading, this topic today is very, very important. So I hope you would have, you will also agree with me that today's topic is very, very important, and we are going to have these are all very, very well experienced architects from various parts of Chennai as well as from Bangalore. So they will also be able to share their experience and their suggestions and their views also with respect to how we can provide this. So some of the questions I will be asking. The first question is that how do we measure the success of design intentions? And is design the prerogative of administrators, physicians, investors, staff, or a collective effort? I think Ms. Monica will be able to handle this.
Is this working? Yeah? Okay, great. Thank you, Suresh. So I think some of the most common answers you'll hear to that question are aesthetically pleasing, beautiful design, that's a success of, that's the measure of a successful design, or functional. I would say the key metrics of a successful design is user satisfaction. And in the context of healthcare, it's quite a challenging task, because the number of users are very varied and the requirements are very varied, and each user is extremely important. So the first step would be to understand who the users are and what they want. For example, a patient might say that waiting experience is the most important for them, or ease of navigation, ease of wayfinding is an extremely important aspect for them. Whereas if you ask a nurse, she might say travel time, travel distance as she's doing her task is most important. If you ask the maintenance team, the facilities management team, they may say ease of maintenance is the most important. Leadership might say cost, budget, etc. There's also an indirect player here, the user group, the society at large. They may say an environmental friendly building is the most important. So how do you, it can be pretty complex in the context of healthcare. Now, I'd like to say it's possible to satisfy everybody, user satisfaction for every user group, but that's, it's quite impossible, I would say, because everything has to work, and there are constraints we work with. So how do you handle this? So I'd like to borrow from Disney's on-stage, off-stage concept. They have a concept called on-stage, off-stage, where what they do is they separate the experience areas from the service areas. And that's something we've been trying to handle in our projects, because like we said, it's not possible to meet everybody's requirements 100% to their satisfaction, as well as budget plays a role. There are many aspects to it. So what we like to do is we divide the areas and set priorities. So for example, the experience areas, aesthetics would take precedence over some of the other things. Service and clinical areas, functionality would take precedence. That does not mean that the functional areas can't be aesthetically designed, but there is a certain level of priorities that we have to set, and both the experience areas and the service areas together have to ensure that we get the business and the clinical outcomes that the hospital wants. Now this is qualitative. How do you quantify design success? Some attempts have been made on this. You would have heard of the term called post occupancy evaluations. The purpose of post occupancy evaluations, one of the main purpose of post occupancy evaluations is to quantify the success of a design rather than just a qualitative aspect. Is that for me? so I'll just talk a little bit about that. While it's a good measure, it's not met with a lot of success for a couple of reasons. One of them is, what is the incentive? Who funds the post occupancy evaluation? Even if you do find someone who's willing to fund them, you have other challenges. How do you measure it? For example, if it was just energy efficiency, you could measure, say, the usage, kilowatt usage, you could measure it. But how do you measure other aspects of a design? Another big challenge is the two key people who are interested in measuring the success of a design, architects is one group for sure, and then the hospital owners themselves. There is no common understanding of what to measure and how to measure. So there is a huge challenge in quantifying design success. So we're still, it'd be great if we could, but then there is a challenge. So we still rely on a lot of qualitative aspects. That is where Mr. Suresh's second question, just to briefly wrap up, his second question is very important, whether it is a collective effort, or whose domain is this, the responsibility for the success falls on. It is undoubtedly a collective effort, and I would say the way to handle this is, at the very outset, set a very clear project charter, project goals which are user-centered goals. I would still say, to ensure design success so that everybody is satisfied, the goals have to be user-centered goals. Some of the other things that have to be set are cost, budget, timelines, all of those. And also the most important, I would say, and this is something we are grappling with, I'm very confessionally speaking, we grapple with this on projects, is we don't have clarity on who the key stakeholders are. So it's extremely important to set right from the outset who the key stakeholders are and the key metrics for each. Like I was saying, patients are looking for something else, nurses will look for something else. So it's very important to outline what are the metrics for each, so that the outcome becomes measurable. So I think that's how I would try to achieve a successful design.
Thank you, Ms. Monica. I think you have given a correct answer, and your suggestions are well taken. It is a collective effort, more or less, because everybody constitutes and everybody has to contribute. So the final outcome will be from various sources. So it is always a collective outcome. Yeah. And now we'll have another question. And that question is, what are the challenges involved? What are the challenges involved in translating design intent to ground in the perspective of multiple components involved in the hospital construction? I think this question, Mr. Sanjay will be handling this.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So yeah, so it's one thing to do the design on paper, and it's another completely different thing to see that come to life. So everyone knows in a project there are two types of projects. There's a greenfield, where we take an empty land and construct from ground up, and a brownfield where we either buy or lease a pre-existing building which may have been purposed for, say, a mall or office or something, and repurpose it to a hospital. So the difficulties are different in both. So for example, in a greenfield project, we need to follow rules and regulations like Mr. Suresh had mentioned. Is it possible to follow all those rules and regulations and still get all our design requirements into the building? Yes or no? We got to see how that will work. Especially in metro cities like Chennai today, where it's expanding like left, right, and center. We need to make sure that, okay, today we do a design, tomorrow the highway authorities are not going to take 5-10 feet of our property, or CMRL is not going to come and remove 3 floors of our building, or say because of CMRL construction our foundation will now work out. So we need to make sure all these are, what to say, proper for the site before we start the design of it. Otherwise we complete the design, or in worst case scenario you build the building and 3 years later we're going to lose the frontage of it. So in expanding cities, I would recommend you make sure you take a little bit of time. It is difficult dealing with various entities of the government, but take a little bit of time, do your research, get NOCs from all these guys so that we know that they're not going to be taken. And if they are going to take it, we design it as per that in the beginning itself. So that is something which we have come across in many metros today, because the expansion is just crazy today. And then in brownfield buildings, we have issues of whether the building is suitable for a hospital. Every building is definitely not suitable for a hospital. We have to take certain considerations of ceiling height. Last thing you want to have is an operation theater with 8 feet ceiling height. It's not going to be comfortable for anybody at all. So ceiling heights, then we have to take a look whether we will get a license for a hospital. If I take an IT building and I build it out, yes, it looks good on paper, but will I get a license? Is it operational? All that you have to take in consideration. So what I recommend you guys do is, if you're going to rent a building, which is the trend today, get someone to just do a basic space planning to see whether everything required in a hospital will fit. Not only fit, will it reach the business requirement? Will it make a return of investment faster than later, you know? Sometimes with today's competition, timelines are very important. I don't know if you guys on the dais will agree. Do you think timeline plays a decision-making role in design? So certain times, for example, if we do a fancy design on the floor with vinyl or like marble, that may take 3 months to get to complete. Is it worth waiting 3 months to finish it, or should we just do a basic floor and finish it in 3 weeks? So certain times there's a trade-off between design and timeline, as well as budget for that matter. Certain times we have to look at the budget and then tweak the design so that it comes under a project budget. So we take that into consideration. And yeah, last but like, another thing I would say is select contractors carefully so that whatever we design can actually be translated, because if it's not a contractor who knows how to do hospitals, they may not know how to do self-level flooring, they may not know how to do certain things which are required of a hospital. So those things definitely, I have had experience where designs has changed because a contractor was not capable of doing certain work on site. So yeah, apart from that, materials and lead time, plan it in advance so that it doesn't affect the design and the return of investment of a project, because we need to finish fast to open it up. So yeah, that's about it from my side.
Thank you, Mr. Sanjay. You have given a good explanation. And what boils down in this is that basically before, even if you are having a place or a land in advance, still you have to do a research with the development authorities in each town or maybe villages also, because as Mr. Sanjay was suggesting, you don't know what is going to happen after 5 years, 10 years. Maybe you may not be knowing anything, you may not have any idea, but always the local planning authorities will have always a master plan, at least for the 25 to 50 years. So you can understand, okay, if something is planned, even maybe a road widening also may be planned or something, or maybe some like the metro is coming, so this way it can come. So always try to avoid that if you are able to get that. So that is very, very important. Thank you, and it's a very good input. So do a research, because we have got certain hospitals here in Chennai where when the flyover has come, no, there is no access to the hospital at all. It was running for 5-10 years very well, but once the flyover came, now these kind of things have happened. So it is always better in advance to see whether if you can try to understand whether there are certain plans in the future. Mr. Kocharaman sir, I have a question for you. Should the new generation greenfield hospitals be designed based on growth of such geographical location, or lease the existing infrastructure to leverage costs and optimize growth?
Good morning, everybody. I thank ED Business Consulting for inviting me to be part of this panel, and I'm glad that we have two architects on the panel also here. So thank you so much. We have two types of projects. One is a greenfield, and a part of it I think are my fellow panel here, panelist here, Sanjay had already spoke about. So we have greenfield and brownfield. So both of them have their advantages and disadvantages. Greenfield, if you can plan well, if you have enough time to, build, I think greenfield is the best way to go with. There's a lot of flexibility that you can build while you're designing. So in terms of number of floors, floor plans and all those things. So a greenfield is much flexible in terms of accommodating your current needs as well as future needs. Whereas a brownfield, it comes with its own handicap, so it could be an existing commercial building as Sanjay was talking about, or a mall or something like that they are trying to repurpose to get to a new facility actually. So if there is a private equity funding, or the funding is not an issue and you want to get quickly up and running in a particular market, I think the brownfield is the best way to go. But if you have time and money, and you can go with a greenfield, and usually greenfield is where happens. The greenfield hospitals are built in locations where it's upcoming, whereas the brownfield is in a busy area, it could be in Chennai. And in my experience, there are a lot of potential hospital owners running around the city today looking for brownfield projects actually. Unfortunately, most of the buildings are not suitable. They try to retrofit it, but they come up with the ramps and locations and stuff that it's not practical at all. So each has its own advantages and disadvantages. And one advantage with brownfield is, if you're looking at a sustainability, by going for a brownfield, you can reduce the impact of the construction in the neighborhood. So that could reduce your carbon footprint. So this is my suggestions and recommendations.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. So when you are going for, a brownfield project, it is always better, or it is always good that you take your architect also, take that architect to that place and let him have a survey of that building, see how it is being constructed, how much of demolitions has to be done in that to make the modifications to accommodate an OT or an ICU. There are various departments how it can be done, whether we can have a optimal workflow can be planned in that building, etc. So the architect will be able to say that, okay, yes, what will be the difficulty in converting this, whether it is very difficult or whether it is okay, we can do it. So it is always better so that before purchasing that property itself, you can do this. That way you can at least save your money and you can buy another another property, so that you can do that brownfield project. Of course, brownfield projects, the duration will be short, even though these are the issues. Thanks, Mr. Gostin. Vijay, Dr. Vijay, I have a question to you. Should the design of the hospital be designed to suit the need of the doctor, or design facility for the patient experience and better medical outcome, or enhance profitability of the hospital?
So thank you, sir. Thank you for the question. This is a very interesting question. Again, it evolves on who is leading the project. If the practitioner or the consultant, a clinician is starting the hospital, the way he looks into and gives priority for clinical areas is different. If a financier or an investor or a P&L guy who is going to execute the project, his way of giving your design brief for project is different. And of course, patient experience is key. Everybody wants to look at it. So in my opinion, all three has to be balanced in a way that nobody is left out. So it can't be one single driven. And also when the project evolves, we start with one particular medical brief, but we end up doing something else. I would like to take a practical example. We are doing a 120-bed hospital here in Chennai. The legal restrictions or the the statutory requirements where Chennai requires a ramp, at least 2 staircases is mandatory irrespective of anything. A floor plate of 8,000 or 10,000 square feet building, which is, say for example, you are doing a building in a less than an acre, half an acre, that 25,000 or 30,000 square feet. Once you put all this statutory requirement, your usable floor plate is coming to hardly 5,000 or 6,000, or it is just 65% of what you can actually use. You imagine how much of real estate you have spending and what you are doing. So when you do this, how do you balance your requirement? Are you going to prioritize your clinical requirement? Are you going to prioritize the patient experience requirement or profitability? I think all three of it. So when we started this project, we initially when we did the first concept and submitted for municipal submission, we got a 140 bed count. But because of them pushing us for a lot of other things which has to be accommodated, we had to size it down to 100 or 110. So that was the criteria. Then during the last stage of now finishing, a new CEO has come. He is looking his P&L profitability. Now he wants more ICU beds, or he wants more services. So where do I get? Now I'm compromising on the patient experience or service areas and stuff. Because this is driven completely because if the hospital doesn't make money, where do I invest in? So trying to balance everybody has become a key challenge. So The thing is, I think you need to plan it in isolation, but all three overlap again on each other. So you need to give the clinical team their required area to work on, because otherwise your clinical delivery is not up to the mark. One more example, like around 8-10 years back, when we did a huge multi-speciality hospital here, we had 50 OPDs. But even in a small OPD area, I had to change the design for almost 30 OPDs, because every doctor came with his own Vastu consultant, wanted a particular direction of sink and things. And when management is pushing you because they want doctor in and he wants to change, so that's where the business took over the planning or a kind of stuff, the kind of thing which we had to do. So there are a lot of instances. Again, in few places when you go with brownfield especially, you don't get that kind of what we say luxury to design well. So in brownfields, mostly we start compromising on the height of the building, because it is not meant for the kind of hospital building or thing. So here you have to take a decision where do you swing, the clinical requirement or towards the patient requirement. So I have my friend Raj Rajan here, who is an administrator. So at least he has been part of 5 hospitals which I have been built or designed. So always fight between him and me is I compromise on places given for administrative purpose. So, but that's the least of the concern for a promoter when we discuss on the medical plan, because they don't want to give much of administrative space. But as the hospital matures, when it comes to 60%, 70% occupancy, then the real administrative issues come up. So balancing that, finding spaces for each and everything is part of a designer's job. I think once you go with somebody who knows well on planning, designing and execution kind of stuff, I think you will have a very good product with you. Thank you.
Very well said, doctor. Very well said. See, I feel all these factors are very, very important, equally important, but still patient experience will take a little extra than the other things, because unless and otherwise there is a good patient experience, more patients will not come, the same patient may not come. So everything, like all the rivers flows to a sea, everything goes to one place. The final point is, or the final destination will be the patient experience. So that we have to take care of all the other items, other areas, and ensure that the patient experience, you are going to give a wow experience there. So that is very, very important. Thank you. Another question is, what is your technology vision for the future when it comes to, and this question is to Mr. Raghav Rao, and what is your technology vision for the future when it comes to the resilient and safe hospital infrastructure?
Yeah, thank you, Suresh, and I think all the panel members have already spoken, so I know and most of the points I think have been covered. So what I'll do is technology vision, I think is becoming so central to the whole planning of the hospitals, and I'd like to probably take an example of a few projects that we've been handling over the last few years. See, during 2019, one of our clients was implementing a network of hospitals. Approximately 11 hospitals were under implementation, so that's a pretty massive project. Almost 2 million square feet is under construction, and then COVID came, and then in 2021 we had to actually review the plans. Some of the hospitals were in design, some were actually just started implementation, and some were in the drawing board. So we had to review on the impact of the changing patient needs, the change in the requirements of the patient needs, and when we started looking at what changes need to be incorporated to meet the new norms, a few things came up. One, I think the overall impact was we actually could bring down the cost per bed, the space per bed. And how did this happen? Was a few areas required considerable changes. One, the OPD areas became smaller because of the movement towards telemedicine and digital consultations. Second, the waiting spaces were also made lesser because there were lesser number of people expected to come to hospitals because OPD is moving out of, or at least a portion of the OPD is moving to digital. But a few of the spaces became much more important, like infection control systems. So therefore, we had to actually revamp the entire HVAC systems to meet the new infection control norms, keeping in mind the infectious diseases episode that we had. So this was just one of the examples that which required us to relook at how hospital spaces should be designed, keeping in mind the rapidly evolving environment in hospitals. And technology was becoming very crucial to be incorporated and adopted into hospitals, and I'll briefly talk about them. The second point that I want to take is our real life example of let's say the two of the largest hospital groups in India today, Apollo and Manipal. See, Apollo took around 41 years to reach 10,000 beds, a capacity of 10,000 beds. Manipal took around 33 years. Yeah, the reasons for that I think could be many, but one of the critical and central to expansion projects, in addition to availability of capital, which has now become much more easily available, is the construction time. And construction time is dependent upon the technologies being used. So a typical hospital, an idealistic situation is, we take around 24 months to 30 months for a 250-bed hospital to construct. Right from hitting the ground to handing over the completed building. But that's I would say a very ideal situation. If you take a group of let's say 10 hospitals, how many of them have really done it in 24 or 20 months? I think maybe 10-15%. The most of them would have construction timelines which are much longer. But today I think technology is playing a critical role, and we actually did meet up with a large number of CXOs and hospital administrators. We believe that the next 10,000 beds for these two groups, will come in the next 7 to 8 years. So that's like crashing the timeline by a third, by almost 60%. It will only take 1/3 of the time it took for them for the first 10,000 beds. And this again I think is being driven by technology advancements, and some of the trends or the concepts that hospitals are using. One, 3D printing is going to become very central to how hospitals are going to be constructed. So therefore, crashing the time that hospitals would take. Second, a lot of data is going to be made available, and this requires technology. So hospitals. So since this is a panel on technology, but I'm coming from a planning perspective, that's my expertise and area of focus. So incorporating a lot of tech into the buildings has become very important. So therefore, hospitals need to be planned for a lot of networking and technology being incorporated. So that would mean machines should talk to each other, the building systems should talk to each other, the machines should transmit data which will become useful in planning the spaces, and in terms of capacity planning as well as enhancing patient experience. So this will be one of the central requirements for hospitals. In addition to this, I think building in BEM is another element which will become very core to hospital planning. It's not just to aid in the construction and the planning of hospitals, but also I think is now moving towards planning efficiencies in operations. So it is helping in capacity planning, it's helping in employee staff planning, and overall leading to an overall improvement in efficiency. So that's the second one. And another aspect which is becoming very important, and that's I think a global issue, is one of the factors that is driving it is the climate change. Hospitals will become greener. We all know that hospitals which are planned well, which have natural which have sunlight, access into the rooms, actually aid in faster patient recovery. And that's becoming much more important. So we will see hospitals which are incorporating a lot of greenery into them, a lot of natural light into them, and using less of and emitting less of carbon footprint, which one of my panel members already spoke. So I think these are some of the points that have come up, and and tech, I think, is going to play an extremely important role. I would say that in moving forward, we will see hospitals which are very, very tech driven. A lot of face recognition technologies and others will, actually reduce the need for manpower in the, reduce the, the amount of manpower that's actually, available in the hospitals. So that's one trend that I'm clearly seeing. And that also came up when we did this pre and post-COVID revamp. The manpower requirement also has come down for all the hospitals. So that meant lesser seating spaces, and that again led to a lesser area per bed. So I think it's a very these are interesting times, and we need to. I'm looking forward to a much more efficient health system. And my message to hospital promoters and hospital operators would be to plan plan thoroughly, right at the beginning, because incorporating changes at a later time, I think, is costly and very inefficient. So, like Vijay said, I think he talked about a series of changes that he goes through in hospitals, and that I think I could resonate with it so well. That's typical of any hospital, but is super inefficient. It doesn't happen in countries like the US or the UK or the Middle East. There, I think a lot of time is spent on planning. The architectural designs take almost 1.5 years to 2 years. And after that, I think it's just implemented. So, like what Mrs. Suresh said, spend a lot of time on planning. Then 70% of the time is actually on planning. Then you will get a great product.
Thank you, Mr. Raghav Rao. So the essence is that the technologies can improve efficiency, it can save time, and it can improve convenience also. So in such cases, it is always advisable to embrace those kind of technologies. If you are looking at in the world, or even in India, if you take the startup, there are so many startups coming in, but how many of the startups are practically usable, their products? So only those products which are really meeting certain requirements, real requirements. It is not just for the sake of some technology we are coming out with, but really if it is improving these standards like efficiency or the time or the convenience, etc. Definitely the outcome. If these kind of things are being addressed, then definitely that technology can be taken. Now improving, I am not very sure about this, but how do you feel that the prefabricated things can be brought to this hospital industry? Because nowadays we can see prefabricated things are coming in other industry. Any one of you can just.
Can I take this question?
Yes.
Yeah. So in a couple of projects, we have tried to address this prefabricated hospital projects. But when we do a review of the requirements and stuff, handling wet areas or bathrooms or toilets in a prefabricated building is very challenging. So we have realized that it doesn't work that effectively once you go on a vertical raised building, but at least for a horizontally spread building, we can still manage if it is G+1 or G+2 floors. But in today's scenario, having that kind of land luxury is very minimal. So it can be a hybrid kind of stuff, but it cannot be a completely a prefabricated, like you see these showrooms or things which come up overnight and they say these are the thing. I think Kausalya Raman sir could add for.
Yes, I agree with you. The NDRF does not recognize precast as a material. So having said that, my suggestion would be to spend extra time in making sure the design is right. So you can gain time in that. And the second disadvantage with precast is you need to have staging area, mobilization area to lift those panels and put it inside. So, and of course, over a period of time, hospital evolves. So many different usages differ, so many departments differ. So everybody will come and try to manage and manipulate it, but which is very difficult with the precast building.
Yeah, this is the classical example of technology adoption. which sometimes it is a good technology, yes, but except in hospitals it is there are certain hospitals which have started with prefabricated things, but they are finding it difficult, as you all said. So technology, just all technologies may not be, I mean, useful for the hospitals, but whatever is good we have to. And I think we can go with one more round of questions, but my request is that, okay, we have to, because of the time paucity, I think we have to keep it a little more brief. So I will start the first question to Ms. Monica. What are the different ways in which modularity can be built into the design of hospitals as a way to be flexible and future ready?
So I think this actually takes off from the last question on the previous round to some extent. So modularity, there are two ways or two aspects of modularity. One is modular construction and one is modular design. Modular construction we were just speaking about, which primarily refers to this prefab. And I agree to some extent with some of my colleagues who've said that it's not seeing that much success. So I would little bit differ there and say hybrid, while you did mention that hybrid is the way to go, entire hospital modular construction may not be a very viable proposition. But when we're talking about and keeping the theme of the conference in mind, which is future ready, some amount of modularity, modular construction is important to allow that flexibility, because needs keep changing and we're already doing that. So we've been in business for many decades here. Some of our own projects now are coming up for renovation, and we are seeing, with even many years ago, some systems, elements like partitioning systems, ceiling systems, they were already modular. This is not a new concept for some aspects. And the fact that we use these modular elements, not the entire hospital, but modular elements, is standing us in good stead now, when our very own hospitals are coming up for renovation after 20 years now. And it's very easy. So there is an advantage to it, but obviously very judiciously used. Wet areas maybe not seeing so much success, but the dry areas for sure. So since we've already talked about modular construction aspect, I'll focus a little more on the modular design aspect. That sees less highlight, because modular construction came into light during COVID very much, where quick emergency response infrastructure became the buzzword everywhere. So everybody is very familiar with what modular construction is. But modular design is what we are trying to focus on more, which is part of the design thinking. Now this is because the ambit of the two is very different. Modular construction allows you to replan faster, but modular thinking allows you to reuse differently without any change to infrastructure. So how do you go about that is just a couple of examples. I know we talked about time here, just a couple of examples. Standardization is key to modular design thinking. One example is definitely universal grid, which I think all my colleagues are, I'm pretty sure, using on their hospitals. So you come up with a grid which works well with the most repetitive elements of a hospital. What are the most repetitive elements? Are very obvious usual suspects like the beds, the consult rooms, the OTs and parking. So you figure out a universal grid that works across all of these, that helps with modular design. One other example, just in the interest of time, is or one other approach of achieving this is, and this is an appeal to all hospital owners who are setting up new hospitals. As architects, we grapple with this. We work in silos, so we are told, we are doing modular consult rooms. So typically, there's a template, all consult rooms are modular. We are talking about that. But what we're not doing is, as a group overall in hospitals, we are not talking to every specialty together. For example, when we have user group meetings, we are conducting a user group meeting with the neurology department separately. We're taking their requirements and designing. We're not doing any standardization. Then next day we are having a workshop with nephrology department. We're taking their requirements and then we're designing for them. So it's all a one-off and there's no standardization. It would be great if we could figure out a way where we do user group meetings slightly differently. It's still, maybe an attempt, maybe a test, where what we do is, we focus, rather than specialty wise or subspecialty wise, we say we're designing the OT department today or OPD department today, where every specialty, they can sit together and we can jointly come up with a standardized template that works for all across. It will really help standardized to an extent or in a way that we're not doing right now. That is why changes keep happening. So this is one appeal on modular design thinking, if we can, collectively work towards.
Yeah, that's a nice answer. And I would like to add one more thing in that, because even though the structure of the building cannot be done using this, this technology, but interiors, most of the interiors can be,
Yes.
used for this modular. Even
Absolutely.
the walls, inside walls of the OTs, all the walls, even the OP walls or the room walls, etc. So that tomorrow, if you want to change it, it is easier, because you just take out the screws.
Yeah.
Easier you can, take it out and you can remodify into whatever way you want, so that
Absolutely.
you can save time. So in such situations, I think it is definitely it will be helping for the scalability and adaptability.
Yeah.
And Mr. Sanjay, I have another question. What is the future of hospital construction in terms of increasing efficiency through scalability and adaptability?
Yeah, I think most of it was answered by Mr. Raghav Rao. I wholeheartedly agree with him. I think 3D printing is going to be big in construction and projects, as well as BIM. Like Mr. Kosal said, if we take the time and design it properly in the beginning, take that 30% extra time and design it, then you won't have any problems in the execution part. And I think telemedicine, like Mr. Rao also mentioned during COVID, how it probably reduced footfalls to the hospital but did the same amount of work, so then we had a lot of space free up to use for other entities in a hospital. I think that will play a huge role. Apart from that, I think hospitals on the metaverse, it's coming up. There are a couple of hospitals already on the metaverse, a lot of clinics on the metaverse, and the way we interact with the metaverse in the future will be very different. I think there are, just a question, how many of you have actually gone onto the metaverse here? Okay, just one. So there are 600 million active metaverse users today. Majority of them are below the age of 16. So 10 to 15 years down the line, the way they interact with certain services will change. So I think the whole primary care system can be digitized, and a lot of things can happen on the metaverse, which will free up a lot of space in a physical world to, to use for secondary and tertiary care services. So I think that may play, I think that could be the future, not maybe in our lifetime, but definitely 15 years down the line, it will be a huge thing, I think.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Sanjay. As you said, metaverse is there in almost all the other industries, like even the event management also it is happening. Somebody who is sitting in US and all, they can conduct an event here using this metaverse thing. It is happening. Even the many of the promotions are happening like that also. So definitely, it also has a day in healthcare. So we can expect that, and artificial intelligence also is playing a very, very important role. So all those kind of things together, I think it is going to make a revolutionary change in the hospital industry. So that means that you have to be ready for accepting the future challenges. Mr. Kosuraman, sir, I have another question. Will evidence-based design in hospital infrastructure planning help patient health?
Evidence-based design. Evidence-based design gives positive patient outcomes, and it improves operational efficiency. So evidence-based design, everybody knows, I'm sure that it's based on a lot of research, and it directly influences the design. For example, daylighting, somebody talked about daylightings, and everybody has, knows about the circadian rhythm. So patient recovers faster when they're able to see just a simple daylight, whether it's a daytime or a nighttime. So many research have been done, and for example, they don't recommend sharp corners or slippery surfaces. So those are the things that really helps patient outcomes actually. Not only that, even for the caregivers or the staff, imagine the long corridors, boring corridors, they're not going to walk up and down, they get tired very quickly. So if you can make the workflow layouts very efficient, they will be happy to go and take care of the patient actually. So not only this, and there is a green hospital concept that's coming up. This evidence-based design is, if you follow the green hospital concepts, all this will be taken care of. So green, today's presentation earlier this morning, we talked about materials, so there is so much materials which are dangerous right now that they are using, which does not, nobody knows where the origin of the materials, nor do they have the material safety data sheet. So they're just simply applying it and, using it. And finally, there is something called artificial intelligence in healthcare and as well as construction, which I'm very excited about. That's going to change probably this design by itself. So I'm looking forward to it, and that's my response to your question.
Thank you all panelists. I think whatever questions I have asked you, even though we are having 2 more questions, but because of the paucity and the other programs also has to start, so we have to stop it here. And I am very much grateful to all of you, because the answer was very brief, to the point, and very focused, very well focused. So thank you very much. I am sure that the audience also would have benefited from these suggestions and discussions. Thank you.
We want to, of course, encourage interaction and connection with the audience. So even though we're a little over time, we'd like to open the floor for at least 1 or 2 questions if the audience might have. There's a microphone. Can we have a microphone that side, please?
Hi, thank you to all the panelists who for all your insight. Really appreciate that. I wish the panelists had more time than the moderator, but that's okay. I have some questions. One, a follow-up to what Monica said. So in terms of modularity, when talking about design, and you brought up the OPD, one of the challenges we are having is to try and change doctors' offices concept to exam rooms, where the patient goes in and is prepped by the nurse or the assistant, a medical assistant, and the doctors are the ones who are switching between rooms to improve efficiency. That's become a huge challenge sometimes, because there are certain doctors who work a certain way, and especially their seniority, and they are kind of crucial to the way in which the hospital operates. But if we talk about the future of hospitals, in improving the visit time, reducing wait time, how are you dealing with that? That you can answer, Kosal can answer, anybody can. And then I have a follow-up question which I will just share now so I can pass on the mic, which is in what Kosal was saying in terms of evidence-based design, where we talk about daylight, access to daylight, we talk about social support, and then there is also the aspect of sense of control, which is also a big part of evidence-based design. So in terms of technology, how are we dealing with how a patient has control? So if they're in a patient room, are they able to say from a tablet access their records on a screen, reduce the temperature, adjust the temperature, reduce the or bring down the blinds? What kind of control are we seeing that the hospitals are willing to incorporate in talking about the future? Thank you.
Hello? Yeah. To answer your first question, how are we dealing with those? So going back again to what I said about different specialties, it's also specialty dependent. Not every specialty is asking us or following this model. There are certain specialties where this need of throughput is more, and there we are talking about, and it also depends on the kind of doctors. I mean, I'm a little hesitant to say the word, but then we are told every once in a while that there's a star doctor, whose throughput is much higher and their time is very premium, and so typically that requirement of a prep being done while the doctor is seeing the previous patient comes up more often. So there is a mix that is happening. Not every specialty, like I said, is requiring to do that, which is why I feel that we should have, I strongly again feel we should have joint sessions with multiple specialties to understand how many such specialties have this requirement, and then we can figure out a module, a unit, an OPD unit which lends itself well to every specialty. Now, not every doctor needs this. So, in no hospital have we designed an OPD unit where every consult room is set up as a double consult room with an assistant or a pass-through sort of thing. Neither have we done no such unit. You know, we're doing certain units which have these, certain units which are all a typical consult room, which is a single-use consult room. One patient walks in and walks out, then the next one comes in. So we've done a hybrid. We've done both of the models also, but not in totality. So what is the percentage of such OPDs that might be required? This again is linked to the business. Going back to my very first question that Mr. Suresh had asked me, what are the metrics? Is throughput a metrics? In some cases throughput is a metric, some cases patient experience is a metrics. So that is why again it's very important to set this charter right in the beginning, so that we can respond in terms of design, so that the business KPIs and the design is in alignment. I mean, does that answer your question, Yani?
May I, Dr. Masood here. So, thoroughly enjoyed your panel discussion. Thank you so much. These days, wellness centers, lifestyle centers are coming up, and there we have a challenge that it's almost doesn't look like an hospital. They have their own OPDs, they have their own IPs. We're talking about green, we're talking about design thinking and everything. So, what is your light on this particularly? The challenge there is it should not look like an hospital, but it should serve like an hospital.
See, as millennials are coming through, many of my panelists would have talked about it. Definitely, you can design those facilities which does not look like a hospital. Today, if you look at an IT building, if you go inside, it doesn't look like an office space at all. It's like a fun place. So only in healthcare, it's boring design where it's repeated. The rooms are all repeated. We need to look at it completely differently. As Priya was asking question here to smart hospitals, for example, today, if you look at all the engineering systems that goes into a hospital, it talks to each other actually by Bluetooth. So same thing, the medical equipments also talk to each other. If you all combine it together, it becomes a smart hospitals, and the experience is completely different. So it's purely based on experience, and definitely we can do that design in such a way that it doesn't look like a hospital. That's my response to you. If anybody else wants to add here.
See, if you look at, gone are the days when the doctor was supposed to be near the patient while doing a surgery. The days are now like, there are robotic surgeries, it's remote surgeries. The doctor need not be at the side of the patient. The actual doctor, who may be sitting in a far off place, and he can do, using the robotic surgery, he can use the controls and he can do the surgery. So the technology is advancing. So you can say that this is going to be the final. It is evolving, so tomorrow the technology may be different, and what we are saying that today it is right may not be right tomorrow. Any other questions?
Yeah,
question there.
I'll be brief. More of an observation rather than questions. When you're talking about the future of hospitals, we need to look at the impact of the hospital in society also, because does the infrastructure around the hospital support, say, a 250-bed hospital, the parking? Often parking lots being converted into hospital departments after completion. And when you're talking about the users, you're talking about doctors, you're having clinics with the doctors to design it, but often overlooked, nurses to a lesser extent, but completely overlooked are the other support departments like housekeeping, security. Housekeeping, sometimes you go to a hospital and then you see these carts in the middle of the corridor because housekeeping was not given a space to park the car. You want a hospital that looks like a 5-star hotel, but do you have the manpower to maintain? Because star hotels, we go at 3 o'clock in the morning, there's someone wiping down everything. So regarding sustainability, we're having a shortage of manpower. It's going to become worse. So do we have, design should incorporate everyone's concerns and make it sustainable in the long run, taking all the stakeholders, not just the doctors, into it.
Yeah, we fully agree with you, whatever you have said. Because see, even if it is a greenfield project, when you is a hospital of a larger size, you are legal requirement is that you have to do a environment impact assessment. So that kind of things are happening. Even when there are certain hospitals, brownfield, buildings are being converted to a hospital in a residential area. There are so many things you have to look at, like the infection control, how we are going to let out the the waste from the hospital. As you said, parking is very, very important. So when you are talking about the patient experience, all these things are coming, because nowadays you can look at that many of the people, most of the people are coming by car. So you have to have a car parking. So all these kind of things will, that is why the legal requirement, if you go through the development control or rules book, everywhere they are saying that, okay, for this many bedded space, this much of car space, this much of non-bedded space, this much of car space it is asking. And for, if you really follow these kind of things, I think most of these things can be addressed.
Sir,
But
can I
what
just-
happens? But what happens is normally majority of the cases, the doctors or the people, entrepreneurs comes with certain limited space and they say, okay, I want this many bedded hospital, these are the things. So under pressure, many of the architects are, forced to do like that. That's the only thing. Otherwise, plans are already there, rules and regulations are already there, but people are not following it.
Sir, I just want to quickly respond to doctor's comment. Two comments. One is the parking requirement. Indian Institute of Architects have filed a writ, and in a city you need X number of car parks, whereas in a tier 3 or tier 4 town you don't need X number of car parks. Unfortunately, in TN, Tamil Nadu, the same rule has been applied from in the city in Chennai as well as in a small town somewhere in Tamil Nadu. This is number one. Number two, in terms of all the facilities, it's top down, doctor. It comes from the top. So if we as an architects or designers, we tell them, hey, you need all these spaces, they said, no, we want only spaces that are billable, simple.
Last question there.
So for services, you need close to, support services, I mean, you need close to 30% of your hospital space. How many of the promoters are ready to give us that kind of luxury? It never happens. So
First thing they will say is that the cost of the land is very high. Square feet, I have to pay this much. So that is why they are forcing the architects or the hospital planners to, compromise on these kind of legal and statutory requirements.
I want to just add to this point. See, I think are all stakeholders being considered in the design? I would say the answer is yes, because if you look at how is an compliance or an approval achieved, it does take into consideration the user's requirements, and the user is basically here in a hospital, the doctor, the patient, the attenders, the staff. So largely I think they are being taken care, and when changes happen, I think the rate at which the compliance actually incorporates them probably is a little slow, but I would say it is well thought through. What probably is required is for the implementation agencies or the owners to actually comply. So then I think most of the requirements are taken care. So right now I think it's more to do with an issue of compliance, because most of the hospitals or most of the buildings try to cut corners. And now I think the government is actually cracking the whip, and it's much more tougher.
Second last question for the gentleman there. Yes, please go ahead, sir.
First of all, I must thank all the dignitaries on the dais. With regard to your point, the robotic surgery doesn't need the presence of the doctors, or the doctor need not be present while the robotic surgery is being carried out. I want to differ, because all the parameters required to be done is pre-designed and set on the robotic instrument. While carrying out the actual surgery, it may vary from patient to patient and from structure to structure and the body condition, etc. So it is all the more essential, even though the robotic parameters are designed based on the lab test, etc., the doctors need to be present while doing the actual procedure by the robot itself. Then only the surgery or anything will become success.
I will answer that point. See, the thing is that it is not that no doctor should be available. The performing doctor, I said, maybe a very highly expert doctor who is maybe in US or UK or wherever, he is expert in certain areas, and that many doctors may not be available in a particular country, but then as a collective way, they can do that from there. Even if you look at in this Linux and those kind of equipments, if you look at, there is a remote controlling is happening. Daily there, the quality checking is being done by them. So, but in this case, in robotic surgery, all the things will be evaluated very properly, very meticulously, all those kind of things will be done, and then only they will be doing it, and there will be a coordination team who is in the operation theatre. So they will be doing as per the advice of the doctor who is doing the actual surgery. So that is happening, and that will, and with all these AIs and all, it is possible. Even with one scan, it is possible to detect all the things in the human body. So maybe after some times, even the doctor's job also will become very easy when these kind of things are there. So all the industry, all the places, the AI is making a lot of revolutions. So probably that can also happen, we cannot rule out. But as of date, if you look at 99.9%, yes, the doctors are very nearby and they are doing it. But whereas recently some of the surgeries has been done by using this remote. And another example also I will give you. See, when we are going to a very, very famous doctor, let us take an example of Dr. Devi Shetty of the Narayana Hridayalaya. See, he is doing around 30 to 35 heart surgeries in a day. And when the patient goes, everybody thinks, everybody wants, okay, Dr. Shetty to do the operation on me. But is it possible? But what happens normally is that, okay, doctor passes through the operation theatre and before going to the operation theatre, he will show, okay, I am there, I am there, I am there. And everybody thinks that, okay, Dr. Shetty is performing the surgery. But what happens really is, of course, he will be going through it and he will supervise the thing. He may not be doing the actual surgery. He may be supervising it and he may be giving the advice. So that is also happening. So everybody is satisfied. Yes, the Dr. Devi Shetty have done the surgery. Maybe his assistants may be doing it. They are also equally competent. It is not that they are incompetent at all.
Gentlemen, panelists.
Robotic assisted surgery. Yes, yes.
We are completely out of time. So sorry. I would like to take that question, but we can probably take that offline. Before our panelists go, I know we're a little short of time, but I have one last comment. Maybe if I can ask Mr. Sanjay about the metaverse. It's very interesting, very futuristic. I want to flip the question on you. What have you experienced in the metaverse with regards to healthcare? Have you experienced anything that is profoundly different or radically different from what is normally seen as traditional healthcare? And have you seen anything dramatic? Maybe the last 1 minute, last comment for you.
Yeah, so I got into the metaverse during COVID. When I had COVID, I had nothing else to do, so I went all out on metaverse for a couple of months. And honestly speaking, right now they do have a couple of hospitals on the metaverse. I know the governments of Saudi Arabia and Dubai and Abu Dhabi, these guys are doing some stuff over there, but the main issue so what have I experienced? I've gone inside the hospital, I've seen the consultation rooms, I've seen the operation theaters, I have not gone through any of the services. So primarily because I think most people still are nascent, the technology is still nascent and people don't know how to use it so far. And as and when wearable technology improves, there will come a time when you get up in the morning, you wear your AR goggles and you have to get out that's all you need. So when that time comes, I think yes, there will be primary care services full-fledged on the metaverse.
Thank you. Interesting trivia, Meta CEO is the latest person to be to have a net worth of over 200 billion. Of course, all paper money, but must be doing something right to get there. So the panelists, thank you all very much for being with us this morning, and can we please acknowledge our panelists. Another one of the interesting points that was discussed during this insightful panel discussion was there is always a trade-off. When you're looking at design, we have to look at that as an offset against the budget. We also have to look at design against timeline. There's always a trade-off. Do we have more time to incorporate better design, so on and so forth? Another interesting parameter when we're looking at trade-off is the profitability. All of these great ideas can be implemented, but is there going to be return and profit at the end of all of this? This is an interesting topic and an interesting question that we're going to drill down further in the next panel discussion, finding the right balance between profitability, the end goal, and social responsibility as well as clinical care. How do we tie all of this together and be profitable in private hospitals? And our panelist for this discussion is Mr. Adil J, who's the founder and managing director of HealthCare Hospitals. Can you please welcome Mr. Adil on stage? Also, we'd like to welcome Dr. Annamalai, who's the chairman of Deepam Hospitals. We also have Mr. Venkat Panidar, who is the Group Chief Executive Officer of Medway Hospitals. Dr. Stephen Matthew, who is the Chief Operating Officer of Sringeri Sharda Equitas Hospital. And the moderator for this discussion to drill down and ask the difficult questions and get to the bottom of this is Dr. Elan Kumaran, who is the CEO of Rela Hospital. So gentlemen, the stage is yours. We all want to know, how do we find that balance between profitability and other aspects of clinical care and social responsibility? The stage is all yours. Please take it away.
Good morning, all of you. I just want to declare that I don't have any difficult questions. Questions will be very easy anyway. Happy to see you all. I think it's an interesting, important topic. So, I just wanted to share how, as an individual, I have been looking at the healthcare maybe for the last 30-35 years. When I was a child, I was a student in college and in medical school. I used to think doctors are making a lot of money in healthcare. And then I became a doctor, I became a consultant. I realized that, of course, they are making money, but the amount of hard work they are putting in, I always felt that maybe in some other areas they could have made more money. Am I right or not? Yeah. And yeah, I think it takes a lot of time, I think 15 years, 20 years to make decent money. And then when I was a consultant until 7-10 years ago, I used to think doctors are making less money, but hospitals are making a lot of money. That was my impression. Again, that impression has changed when I took over as an administrative head of one of the multi-specialty hospitals in Chennai, that's Rela Hospital. I realized that there are a lot of challenges healthcare is facing. Again, if you look at the Google review of many hospitals, maybe out of 100, 5 to 10 will say this hospital is cheating. I'm sure all of you agree what I'm talking about. This hospital is making a lot of money and the bill is too huge. That's the impression of the public. Again, if you come to government also feels private hospitals are making a lot of money. Am I right? Again, come to insurance companies. They also feel we are overbilling it. At the end of the day, people might think we are dictating the billing or pricing, but in many occasions, the insurance companies are dictating the pricing. They will tell you how much we have to charge. So, in total, if you look at the overall perspective, there are so much of challenges in terms of running a hospital. This is my perspective as a student, as a consultant, and as an administrator. That's what I have observed over the period of time. We have fantastic panelists here. I think even though they're all running hospitals, they're all from different category of hospitals. We can say Dr. Venkat, he is running a multiple chain of hospitals, getting some private equity funding also. We have Dr. Pandian, a very popular chain of hospital, Deepam Hospital. We have got the CEO of Sringeri Equitas Hospital, which is mainly through CSR funding or corporate funding. Am I right? I think he can talk more about that. And we have got Mr. Adil, who runs
HealthCare hospital, and he has also consulted many bigger hospital groups. So we have got a good experience of people. Of course, it's really important to make profit. Any business should be sustainable. Otherwise, there's no point in running a business. At the same time, people are looking at high quality clinical care. As an administrator, one of the commonest issue I face is the doctors will walk into our cabin and then say, I need this equipment. The equipment might cost 50 lakh rupees or 1 crore rupees. They will simply say, without this equipment, I may not be able to provide high quality care. Yeah. Even as a doctor sitting here, it's difficult for me to convince them that this machine might not yield enough returns to the hospital. You understand? At the same time, we have to have this machine to complete certain services. I can quote 3-4 machines which will never give any profit at all, even at the lifetime. But many hospitals will have this equipment to complete the life cycle. I think we need to choose certain equipments. So coming to the profitability, clinical excellence, how to balance. At the same time, public also feels that it's really important for healthcare to have social responsibility. I don't think many sectors people would even bother about using the terminology of social responsibility. But in healthcare, we repeatedly use the terminology of social responsibility. Maybe in education, some people use it. I don't remember any other sector which uses the social responsibility. Of course, government has got a law for corporate social responsibility. We're not going to discuss that topic here. CSR is a different concept. We are not going to discuss. But as an individual in a healthcare sector, as a doctor, healthcare administrator, all of us have some moral and ethical social responsibility to take care of individuals and also society. I think we talk about the individual. If you look at if you take care of multiple individuals, means that we'll be taking care of the society. So we'll start with maybe Dr. Venkat to start with. So we talk about profitability, clinical excellence. How do you balance if a doctor comes to your office, says that I need this, I need that, I need this much of investment. You know that it's not going to work out well. You understand? How do you balance the situations? How do you ensure the clinical quality is not compromised? Yeah. At the same time, your profitability is also not compromised. How do you balance? What are the strategies do you make, and how do you tackle those situations? It's a very common situation for any administrators.
Absolutely, and thank you so much for asking this question to me. And I'm sure that you are also in the same chair, maybe from a different hospital, but encountering similar problems day in and day out. See, the entire spectrum of healthcare revolves around of profitability and margins. That's the perception everybody has. But how you reach to margins and profitability, and where should that start, most of us doesn't have a clue. It starts with bringing a good doctor who can contribute to revenues and patients. That is one perception. Creating an excellent infrastructure which will be, focusing only on the creamy layer of the society, who can bring in a lot of revenues. That's now the trend today, like boutique hospitals. Our previous panelists were discussing about boutique hospitals, 5-star hospitals, hospitals that creates, revenues through sustainability. That is one way of looking at it. Number 3, which is forgotten, is patient loyalty. Sustainability and profitability that comes through patient loyalty. So how do you bring patient loyalty? That should be the core of any hospital or healthcare system. When you have a socially responsible organization, then you will have customer loyalty. And when you have customer loyalty, you create a positive brand for yourself. And when you have a positive brand, you will get the top tier employees, not necessarily the doctors, but also the nurses, the technicians, the administrators. You can name as many as possible. And when you have the top tier doctors, they come with belongingness, they come with that extra mile of contribution. They are not always meant to only earn money. Earning money is very important for each individual who works in the hospital and the hospital per se. But when you have these top-notch, top-tier doctors, they don't just contribute only in terms of revenues, but they contribute in many more ways. So when you get people of that caliber, okay, who are there socially responsible, they set their limitations, they create an avenue for the hospital and the administrators and for the patients. They set the limitations, what is necessary, what should be the benchmarks, what is required and what is not required. You can ask anything, okay? There are microscopes. Recently there is a debate in my hospital. There is a microscope, neuro microscope we have to buy. You have microscopes from 60 lakhs and that goes up to around 4.5 to 5 crores. If the hospital is owned by a doctor, a neurosurgeon, how many of you will agree he will buy a 4.5 crores microscope? You agree he will buy? He will buy. He will not buy. So do you agree, doctor? Okay. So when he works for an institution, he thinks very individualistic. When he works for as an individual, he thinks very institutional. Very unfortunate. Okay, he will ask for everything that he needs. He'll ask for a 2 crore, mediocre. He will say he will doing a charity versus saying that Venkat, we don't need a 4 crores, but you go for a 2 crore laparoscope. A microscope. Okay, that is enough for me. But whereas most of that the companies provide in these microscopes are not utilized on a routine surgeries that we perform. Out of 100 surgeries, 95 surgeries may not require those fine, points which these microscopes come with. Okay, fine. Now I buy that for him. Can I increase the price by a little? You can't. Insurance doesn't even care what kind of equipment you have, what kind of a doctor you have, what kind of an infrastructure you have. All that matters for them is how they will be safeguarding their finances. So it is very important. These are just simple examples which I want to quote. Okay, so unless you have that belongingness, okay, and the belongingness comes with the right kind of a doctor or right kind of an employee. The right kind of an employee comes when he knows that the organization has a vision, it's an ethical organization. So obviously we can cut down on the costs. Okay, he will only ask for what is required. You take examples of how large hospitals, conglomerates, okay, which have started very, very simple. For example, Arvind Eye hospitals maybe. Okay, we can give some examples like CMC Vellore. They would have not started with, big infrastructure. It is the people who made the difference for them. Okay, they were very reasonable in what they wanted. Okay, you can create the same kind of effect. Today, a simple thing. Okay, what is a good air conditioning system? Tell me in a hospital. What is a good air conditioning? How do you say that the AC is good in a patient's room? It has to be freezing cold. Okay, you have to feel that chillness when no, it is not that. Actually, if it is anything below 25 degrees Celsius, you may land up, okay, with some complications. But they want it at 22 or even less than that, but with 2 rugs upon them. Okay, so there is no limit for, creating an ambience or in, equipment or in terms of technology and other things. We encounter these kind of things. Okay, there will be new people coming in. Okay, they have new demands. Okay, but as administrators, we have to convince them, tell them at the end of the day, sustainability of every stakeholder is important, and that comes only with responsibility of each of the stakeholders. And the most important responsibility lies with the doctors, without whom a hospital cannot survive. Okay, choosing the right doctor is very important. Okay, choosing the right doctor is very important. Great may not be good always, but good is always great, and we need good doctors who can make the organization and the themselves great, rather than going for great doctors and resources, okay, who become great and greater but leave the hospital with no good. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Venkat. It's nicely said. I have a follow-up question for you before moving on to some other panelists. Say your hospital is specializing in cardiac care. Yeah. Say you have a child coming to you with needing a cardiac surgery. Child is not able to afford it. At the same time, you know that you are one of the very few centers in the state which can offer the surgery. At the same time, people will expect you to have more empathy, more social responsibility. You also know that if the child goes out of your campus, the chance of the child surviving is also very limited. For that particular child, how do you balance profitability or clinical excellence, or how do you manage as an administrator?
To be honest, we don't do pediatric cardiac surgery. But anyway, yeah. So maybe that is one of the reasons we don't want to do it, because it is not very profitable to people may think. No, it's not like that. See, every organization should have some philanthropic angle to it. I cannot keep doing every day a surgery free of cost at subsidy, because I am already doing it in other terms, like the socially economically downtrodden, we are doing in the form of CM scheme and other things. But it cannot be only the responsibility of the hospital in this case. Okay, the doctor who is operating on the patient, he should also feel that philanthropic, commitment has to come from him. Okay, it has to come from the vendor. Say, for example, there is a device that is going to be implanted for this kid. That philanthropy should come from the vendor as well. Okay, he should also come forward to help us. Definitely, the hospital will also give its part of it. Okay, in terms of the nursing care or certain drugs and consumables, the procedure itself. Okay, the OT charges and various other infrastructural charges can be wiped out. So we have a limitation. Okay, we does that. Okay, time and again. We do at least 2 to 3 surgeries. Okay, under consideration every day. At the end of the day, the purpose of a hospital is to save lives, and it cannot be deterred because the person who is seeking that, okay, cannot pay for their services. If we are doing it, okay, it is meaningless that we run this industry. We are in this industry and we called ourselves as demigods. So I think that will be our top priority. We'll definitely take such cases. We'll definitely help them to, recover from that particular disease. And particularly when it is a small kid, okay, who has an entire generation, okay, is the future of the country, will definitely go that extra mile and help them. There are constraints, there are limitations, but still, okay, as a hospital, we will definitely help that happen. Thank you.
Nicely said, Dr. Venkat. Yeah, please.
I would like to say here, there's a lot of crowdfunding now. I think all the hospitals should be able to use the crowdfunding for this kind of purposes, so that your profit may be less, but still you can do the surgery for the kids. Thank you.
Hospital can enable a lot of things to support the financial needs of the patients with the crowdfunding or talking to doctors to reduce their things. I think so many things can be done. I want to move on to Dr. Steve actually. I think your hospital is pretty new, and how you started the Sringeri hospital started, it's with a different financial model. Can you please brief how a hospital can be sustainable at the same time that can deliver high quality clinical care? Can you share your viewpoints?
Thank you, Dr. Ilan, for asking that question. Yes, I do come from a relatively new trust hospital, which by design has not compromised in terms of infrastructure, in terms of manpower, and in terms of the equipment which is there. And has also taken a decision that it should be affordable, so that also means that a lot of these costs cannot be passed on to patients through pricing. So someone has to pay. That is only possible with organizations with deep pockets that are willing to fund such initiatives without expecting anything in return. That is only possible where the laws permit the hospitals to be to have the donations, the tax-free component, the certificates for the donors. It's easier in a trust hospital because the laws allow you to be registered as a trust. The question is, in terms of sustainability, yes, building it is easy since the return on investment component is not there. Our pricing does not have to take capex into account, so it's just about operationally breaking even, which should be possible within 3 years. Sustainability in the long run is a question that we are also grappling with, which is honestly will not be possible without external support, and that will always be the case in trust hospitals. So even when the general public asks why is this hospital in terms of pricing a lot less than the others, it's because the cost is being borne by someone else. Unless there is someone, whether it is government or private organizations, individuals who are picking up the difference, it is not possible to create this model elsewhere. So even as an organization, Equitas Bank, when we want to replicate this model and do another hospital with a similar philosophy reflected in the pricing policy, it will not be possible unless there are partners who are willing to donate either land or part with their funds to create such hospitals.
Thank you so much. So resource optimization is one of the key elements to run hospitals efficiently. I wanted to ask Dr. Pandian.
Right. I would like to add one more information trust perspective. See, many of us are interested in putting up some trust and trying to do the OPD services or some of the services where people can afford, like Aravinda Hospital, they do almost 75% of free surgeries and 25% they because they created the corpus fund. If we want to do the trust hospital to survive and sustain, we are supposed to create a corpus fund. From the corpus fund, you can fix this number of cases, this number of things can be done, so that it's easy to run the hospital and all the time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So to have this follow-up question, getting a skilled manpower in healthcare is so tough nowadays, including nurses. There's a huge attrition, and there's a huge cost involved to get good manpower. How do you manage to cut the cost or optimize the cost? How do you manage in terms of manpower? Do you sack people, or how do you retain people? What are the strategies to optimize these resources?
It's a very tough question. In fact, that's what today our Tamil Nadu is forefront in creating the non-Modal scheme, where you can do skilling, upskilling from the school finished students. See, if you see of schools, those who passed around 10 or 12, there's a huge number. It's maybe around 10 lakh or 12 lakh. But if you see the colleges and the other higher educations or arts and science colleges, they are very less, even not even the 50%. So there is no depth of manpower, only depth of the skilling and upskilling, which our CM has visualized, and it has started. It is doing very successfully, and there is a lot of universities now, Open University, Tamil Nadu Open University, and even the IITs. Many of the IITs willing to do the skilling, and internationally, many of the recently I have been associated with South Korea, one of the university. They are keen to train thousands of non-clinical people to be an administrator as well as in the healthcare. Like that, skilling and upskilling is the only way. And another thing, as earlier panels were speaking, we are talking about loyalty and responsibility that lies to the management also. What responsibility, what loyalty we are showing to the employees, that will reduce the attrition. If you are taking them as your family, So we call Deepam Hospital Group as a family hospital. Anyone who joins there is a family person. And almost we have people working more than 37 years with us. And it's a 20% or 25% of my employees are around 30%. They are all above 20 years working with us. We take the concern of everything. We doesn't think it's as a corporatism or anything. So we have to change that and work on that way. Thank you.
What's your viewpoint on public-private partnership?
It's an excellent one. Actually, in fact, the public-private partnership comes with a very, very, very cheap for the corporate people, as any of the people who is interested in taking over this public-private partnership, because the infrastructure is already ready. There's already patient flow. Your job is only to operate in an efficient manner and give them the good clinical care, which even today happening, but due to large number of inpatients, there's always difficulty to manage the OPD. Suppose if I say an example of our nearer hospital, Crumpet Government Hospital, you see that's 10 years ago or 5 years ago, there's no trauma care there. Now, because of this 108, they kept a trauma care technician throughout the day, and there are doctors who can do actually really good work and doing it. That's an example of simple private partnership, this 108. It is doing wonders. It has got a statistics, data, you what not you can get everything from that. Thank you.
Thank you. I will ask a question to Adel. Can you prepare your questions so that you can start asking questions to the panelists after finishing, Adel? So we know that we spoke about metaverse, development of technology. How do you think this technology will be quite useful to reduce the cost in healthcare so that we can get better margin? Of course, bringing in any technology itself will have more challenges. There's a lot of capital cost involvement. People mindset should change to adapt new technology. There are so many things are there. At the end of the day, patient might not want to use the technology. When COVID was there 4 years ago, we thought most of the consultations will move to teleconsultation. But I think people's perspectives were different. Even now, the public wanted to come to hospital to see a doctor. I think they prefer to have a human touch rather than everything happening in virtual world. Of course, it has got an advantage. It can reach to selective population in selective conditions, but it hasn't replaced the conventional way of delivering healthcare until now. That's my viewpoint. How do you think the technology can have a role in terms of optimizing profit without compromising anything else?
Thanks, Doctor, for the question. Yeah, technology, as you're quoting telemedicine. Telemedicine was in existence even before COVID. Apollo, Narayana, Hridayala, they were managing a lot of their patients in the rural areas through telemedicine for at least 20 years now. And they have been pioneers in those fields. But COVID gave us that spike, and a lot of hospitals adopted that technology. But as you said, yeah, if people were convenient with that technology, telemedicine would have grown even before. And but again, people really want to meet the doctors. They want to vent out their inner feelings, the pain that they're going through. That is most important for them than the technology. And second, coming to technology adaptation, there are a lot of hospitals in the country, the mid-sized and the smaller hospitals, who have not even implemented a CMS or a HMS software in their own facilities. So we are at that level of technology adaptation. On the other hand, we are talking about metaverse, we are talking about surgical robots, new technologies coming up, AI and all this. So the adaptation is it's very varied depending on the size and type of the hospital, the model of the hospital. So maybe that is the reason why NDHM, there are a lot of challenges in implementation of NDHM in India as well. Yeah, directly these technologies do add to your cost. There is a direct cost, but in the long run, it saves a lot of time and money as well. And we are talking about early warning remote patient monitoring systems which are available in the country. There are a lot of technologies available through AI. As we are talking about dearth in nursing manpower, these can be a solution to that. Putting up a early monitoring system in your ICU where you need one-to-one nursing care. It is not easy to find a nurse today, and that could help us. So these are some of the solutions that can, in the long run, help you out in managing your resources well effectively, and at the same time also implement these technologies, and this will create a lot of evidence for you. This will also in the long run help you manage your clinical care through evidence. So that is also an additional advantage over there. Yeah.
Thank you. So maybe I'll pass on the question to all of you. You can share your
If
views.
I'd like to just add on a very relevant question that you asked. We can also discuss the role that technology, even at present, plays in the administrative tasks. How can technology be used to plug revenue leakages? So prescriptions from the OPD, lab investigations which have been ordered by the doctor, clinically justified. How do you ensure that that service is provided within the hospital? How do you track follow-ups which are due? How can you automate that, reach out to patients, help them with appointment booking, smart automated post-discharge follow-up so that any service which is supposed to be delivered in the post-hospitalization phase, that does not get missed. In inventory management, in ensuring that, especially in the ward services which are offered at the bedside, those do not get missed billing opportunities. I think technology does play a role in a lot of these aspects in improving profitability by reducing your revenue leakage and improving inventory management.
I would like to throw some lights on the profitability using the technology. The one thing which people, all architects were talking is automation. Now the automation is available at the lowest cost, from 30,000 onwards. I am talking about an individual house. So doing an automation, you can save the electricity, which is costlier. You can save the water, which is not going to be available after some time because of the continuous climate change and abuse of climate by our own people. And by automation, again, you can sell the pharmacy in outside prescription or e-pharmacy, which can make more revenue to your pharmacy. And your laboratory, again, automation, as he said, the data will be there, and the elderly patients, they are going to get benefited by this telemedicine rather than they are coming to the hospital. And especially review of the patient, that is going to be get benefited by the telemedicine. And there is a depth of consultants. If you see the endocrinologist or if you see a nephrologist, how many people are available in Tamil Nadu? That's how many cases of dialysis going on. Now dialysis is taken care by only technicians. Doctor sees once in a blue moon. So by the technology, all these things increase the revenue of the hospital as well as the quality delivery to the patient. Thank you.
Great. Any other comments from anybody? There are so much of technologies are available now. For example, artificial intelligence, remote monitoring, wearables, 3D printing. What do you expect in the future, in the next 5 years? Which technology will come into place to improve the profitability and improve the clinical excellence? What's your opinion? What can make an impact? We know that Uber has made a big impact. GPay has made a big impact. Do you think any particular technology will definitely make a big impact in healthcare in the near future?
It's an, they say, immersive technology. The immersive technology doesn't have one technology. It's a AI, it's IoT, robotic, 3D, blockchain, and AVR. AVR is going to play a major role. Also the hologram, where one of our panelists mentioning Raila was in the hospital, like Narana Irdalia,
is not is only visiting the each operating rooms and patients are getting satisfied. This hologram is going to make it is a better one. So he will be standing through the surgery. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Indian healthcare, I don't know what stage we are in to adapt technology completely. Because if you look at the delivery of healthcare, it's very variable. There are small nursing home, even there are millions of patients not even able to get basic access, even primary or secondary healthcare. That's a status. Maybe this kind of advanced technology might be useful for the top 5 to 10% of the patients, all this robotics and all this stuff. Maybe even the simple technology, giving EMR prescription and having HIS system, those kind of very simple technology through software we can implement that will actually improve the patient safety significantly, that will improve the clinical excellence, that will also reduce the cost by reducing less harm to the patients. I am sure one of the important aspect of increasing patient bill is iatrogenic injuries. I am not sure how many of you are aware of it. I think this kind of technology, patient safety mechanisms can significantly reduce those kind of bills. Any questions to the panelists from the audience? I think last meeting, I think last session there was a lot of questions. I want to open up the forum before we move on to the next.
I have a small comment, Dr. Ilan, regarding this telemedicine, what we spoke about. Me being a member of telemedicine executive committee, there's a lot of work happening in telemedicine, and e-Sanjeevani is a portal website. If you go and see, there's recorded telemedicine activities happening there, number of patients. In fact, Andhra is number 1 and Tamil Nadu is number 2 when it comes to telemedicine adaptation. There are basically 2 types into it. One is basically your patient to doctor, your practo and those kind of things, which actually didn't pick up very well. But the other way, where you clinic to hospital, clinic to doctor, when the clinic, a nurse is sitting there and teleconsultation is happening between the doctor and the nurse rather than the patient directly. So she has all the data, everything recorded. She can talk and doctor can give a prescription from this side. So this is just to add on that.
Excellent point actually. I think this is the area telemedicine will pick up very quickly. Even remote areas, you can send a nurse, nurses can do basic assessments, they can communicate to the doctors. I think this area, I think telemedicine
nurse to doctor.
I have one point.
Yes, sir.
You want to? So, see, it's not, definitely there is no second opinion that technology, whatever it be, okay, we start from the primitive to the present AI that we are talking about, that has made healthcare more accessible and accessible. There's no doubt about it. We felt it during COVID. It's a standing example. But how effective are these technologies is very important to the end user. Please understand. In Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, wherever it is, okay, we have telemedicine centers, okay, where there are so many spokes, okay, where there is a pharmacy, there is a lab technician, there is a nurse, and there are gadgets which are connected to these, applications, and the good bandwidth is available. You can see a virtual clinic there. The doctor can literally, monitor the BP, the pulse, okay, even what you call, auscultate, and then even that dermoscope can be connected. You can connect to a number of gadgets and you can see. And he can give his prescription, etc., etc. Is that all required? Okay, where is the follow-up? That is where we fail. See, when a patient is not completely, cured of for the purpose for what he has visited that center, okay, then they lose trust on you. So it is teleconsultation, yes, out of, there are 100 consultations. A person comes to a OPD or to a teleconsultation because he has some problem. Whether we are going that extra mile to ensure that what is actually required post consultation in a telemedical center, okay, is taken care of, whether the follow-up is properly done, whether the patient has recovered from the ailment for which he has approached you, matters a lot. If once they feel that it is only a consultation, the doctor gives you a prescription and there is no follow-up and there is a fallout, and that will, create a mistrust, okay, or adoption of the technology will become a question mark. That is happening even today in the industry. That's why people go to the telemedical center. They feel the luxury of, not going to his nearest, within the hometown or within his own village or whatever it is. But then when it comes to treatment and follow-up, it doesn't happen, then he will restore again to go back to a nearby primary health center or a secondary care center, because there he will get those treatments done. So that point has to be taken care of.
I would like to add on what our friend is saying. Actually, this telemedicine kiosk has already failed to take up because of the compliance is less in our country among the patients. It's not that the telemedicine is failing. It's not that the machine is failing. It's the complaints of the patient. If he comes repeatedly to the same, is going to refer you to the center or is going to refer you again to a consultant who is more qualified than the primary care practitioners who is sitting there. Actually, this anytime health is required not to the city, not to the tier 2 or tier 3. It's a place where there is no reach, or it's a place where the industries like they say the occupational health center, where all are young kids, they are not 30 less than 30 plus or 40 plus. They don't have actual illness. They have only symptomatic relief. They may require only a small consultation, and they need only a doctor to have and see whether they are really suffering from the chest pain or it's from the gastritis. That kind of places this telemedicine play a vital role, because we have even today number of doctors versus population is a very less, like from the developed nations.
Great. I think even we are even nowadays we are seeing a lot of impact. AI in radiology, that will have a major impact in the healthcare system. People can use artificial intelligence in radiology to give automated report, even the peripheries, X-rays and all this stuff, even we have started using in our hospital, because there's a huge gap of well qualified radiologists availability in our country. We have only 1/10 of radiologists available compared to the required one. I'm sure this will have a major impact, improve the clinical excellence also. Any questions from the audience? Any more questions?
Yeah, I have a question here. Sir, here. Sorry. Yeah, I second with Dr. Annamalai sir, because I had the privilege of working with Apollo Telemedicine, and we have established so many tele-ICUs and tele-ES across India. And it is more for people who are less privileged to come to the hospital in terms of finance as well as in terms of the knowledge. And my question is different to all the panelists here. Currently, our Indian population is moving towards 60 plus. That is, we are having 10% of the population who have crossed above 60. And in another 10 years, we will be hitting it to 20%. So, being a multi-specialty hospitals, how do you see this as a risk mitigation in terms of reduction in your profitability, because our earning potentials will go down, and in terms of utilization of technologies and procedures, it will be very high, cost inflation and medical inflation as well. At the same time, you don't have that much of comfortability in giving this luxuries in terms of procedures. How do you see this by taking a reduction in profitability, at the same time giving a socially responsible treatments for all the elderly people? Thank you.
It's highly impossible to reduce our profitability, because we are already at the edge of very minimal edge of making money. As he said, when he started as school, he was thinking the doctors are making money. When he became a doctor, he thought the hospitals are making money. When he became the administrator, he knows nobody makes money. We make only 6 to 7% of our investment. If you compare, there is no choice to reduce it. But only answer for you is the insurance now covering up to age of 100, even 105. With the illness, with the comorbid, you have to go for insurance. This is my opinion.
Definitely, hospitals can contribute a lot in terms of reducing the bills. Of course, there is a lot of operational efficiency, all these things. At the same time, we have to look into the other end. How the funding for the treatment can be improved. I think that's the focus we need to go. If you look at well-established developed countries, either the government fully fund for the treatment, or they're all fully insured through social responsibility, social security, through social security. I think this is the direction our country should move on, rather than putting full pressure on the healthcare providers. I think that's a way forward of improving accessibility and affordability. Yes, please.
In the business perspective, simple math. Okay, how many of you will agree that most of our hospitals run at only 45 to 50% occupancy, and all of you agree with that, right? So why don't we maximize? We never think of maximizing this number to 70%, 75% or 80%. We don't have, that's what I was trying to say. It all has to boil down to the loyalty of the patient and the customer. They don't come back to you. Okay, 100 patients comes this month, they say 100,000 OPDs this month, this year, should translate to 1.4 next year. But it doesn't happen because they choose different places because there is a mistrust. So what is my point here is you engage socially, you become responsible socially, engage yourselves with the community, okay, teach them about, proactive healthcare, okay, preventive healthcare, okay, how to sustain their health, okay, teach them about some myths and facts. So make them inclusive for a good healthy community. Then these patients will be loyal to you, they keep coming to you, they make your revenue sustainable, because that 20% from 40 or 50 average occupancy in the entire year, if you marginally increase by another 15 to 20%, that will sustain your business, and it will give whatever you earn beyond that sits on your EBITDA, okay, which makes a very good pat for you. So you don't need to actually bring down your profits or raise your bills, okay, and put burden on the patient, okay. So sustain and engage your patients, okay, and make sure that they're coming back again and again to your hospital for treatment. That's the key here.
I'll just add a point to your question. See, the population is not going to go down. The mix is going to vary. That's the change that we are seeing. Okay, there is a increasing geriatric population, and that's why you see a lot of hospitals coming up with geriatric specific services. So we just need to adapt to that change in the market and accordingly improve our capability and services in those areas. I would suggest that is the only way, and look at it as an opportunity instead of a problem. And I'm sure that the population is not going to go down in the near future.
So one question here. Yeah, please. In the healthcare organization, when the consultants newly join, or when it's specific to the visiting consultants, so once they join, when they demand for the equipments, where the quaternary hospital or tertiary hospital cannot be invest on that equipments, can't it be the management responsible to explain about the like return on investments or other things to the doctors, so that it can be taken to the vendor for the rental basis things? What is the view about it?
Yeah, what you said is right. Recently, there are a lot of leasing options which are coming for the large capital assets. So that is one way to go. Second is, see, sometimes investing in such large capital equipments like a surgical rope or something, these may not work out. See, even Apollo had a surgical robot installed, and I know the surgeon who has been operating for at least 10 plus years. It took up time for him to bring that caseload, and during that time, I don't think he was charging very minimally. Okay, you have to go through the process and make sure that technology is available for the purpose of the patient. So sometimes it may help, especially the tertiary and the quaternary hospitals, to market themselves. Okay, it may not give you profitability at the immediate, in the immediate run, but yeah, you'll see a lot of hospitals advertising, we are the first in the state or first in the country or South India, whatever. So that helps, that initial push, and which will give you visibility in new markets as well. So that way it could help.
And here, one of the group of ophthalmologists, they had want to have a laser center, but one doctor has invested and is actually unable to make the revenue of it. Then when I suggested to enroll and train around another 10 or 12 doctors, now it becomes a sustainable. The co-sharing the equipment rather than leasing. Already we are paying money to the surgeon. Again, when we pay to the equipment on lease, the profit again goes down to zero. Or we make a very small money, then it's only a service. It will become a service. So the co-sharing, if the available, like previously we have a cooperative model, same thing can be done in this case.
I want to add one point here actually. I think we have to take a step back and see there is an issue with the Indian healthcare system overall that has been there for a while. I just wanted to take my specialty as an example. That's a liver transplant specialty. If you take UK as a full country, there are only 6 liver transplant centers available. Only 6 for the whole country. But if you look at Chennai, Chennai itself will have more than 30 or 40 liver transplant centers, which means that all of them have to procure their own equipment, they have to employ the manpower, they have to create infrastructure. At some point of time, many of them will collapse with a huge loss. The same thing will be applicable like what you said. They got a laser equipment for the ophthal. As an individual getting a laser, it's going to be failing. And now there is a huge competition of procuring robotic machines. Each and every hospital wants to buy a robotic machine just for marketing purpose. Most of us know that it's not going to give any profitability at all, because each and every case we'll be losing money. Additional 2 lakh rupees for each lab colleague. Who is going to pay for it? But hospitals have started to procure all this equipment. Whether it's a lease model or a capex model, actually the impact is almost same over the period of time. If you buy capex, you have to pay EMI. If you are going to lease, it's almost, I don't feel there's a huge difference between lease model and then initial capital.
Not at all.
Not at all. Not actually lease.
It's actually a slow poison.
Slow poison. Yeah, maybe it's worse because you can't claim depreciation if you are going for the lease model. You understand? It will directly impact on your EBITDA. At least if you are going for the capex, I think there is a EBITDA will not get affected. So a lot of things are there in Indian healthcare system which needs improvement. There should be consolidation of services. We need to. I'm not sure that will ever happen because there are more and more private players. But government should have some body which oversees the clinical outcome, all this stuff. For example, in liver transplant, if they look into the clinical outcome, only 5-6 centers are required for the whole Tamil Nadu. You understand? Many centers are not required at all. And they are also running into loss. We are creating a bubble in healthcare system here and there. I don't know when will the bubble will rupture. We need to be very careful in terms of creating the this kind of models.
Yeah. I want to hear from you. Yeah. You've been holding the mic for a long time.
Yeah, maybe 1 or 2 questions will close the session. He's already standing in the mic. He's going to stop us very soon.
So there is a question for a panelist. Today the government is giving us schemes like even in Chennai they have Chief Minister scheme, or in Bangalore we have Vajpayee Arogya or schemes which we give you for the general publics. The problem with with the insurance is trying to match the prices which the government has given. So don't you think it is a threat for the healthcare? How we are going to get out of get the profitability in this? I think everyone is losing the money. Whether it is the responsibility of the hospitals to take it up to the government and say like, hey, this is not possible with this cost. What do you feel?
This is a right question, and it's a responsibility of the public enter into the direct insurance payment to the hospital, like what Narayana Hridayalaya, they have created an insurance model, pay 10,000 rupees, I'll take care of your heart. Every person in the hospital like that we have to take. And there is already few insurance companies which doesn't have a third party, TPAs. TPA is killing, in fact. They are making money rather than the benefit to the patients. So that few of this thing will help.
I'll tell you, see that the unity among the hospitals is key here, to be honest. Okay, let me be very blunt. There is a very popular insurance company which is pinning down us on the rates. Okay, I don't want to name that. Okay, they were very popular. In fact, we should thank them that they bought healthcare insurance, and whatever healthcare insurance today is in India is because of them. But that doesn't mean that today they look at the hospitals in a different perspective altogether. So, but there are hospitals which are still, embracing them, and they are going with their tariffs. Okay, and the burnt is felt by rest of the things. See, a family hospital, okay, where the wife, husband, and the son and the daughter-in-law are from 4 different specialities. They can do the surgeries for, run the hospital for any cost. They can adopt to any insurance because the cook's daughter in their house, okay, she will be her, OT nurse. She may not be qualified, but whereas I or Rela or Dr. Pandian or him, we can't do that. Okay, we need qualified people to work, and they demand that. Okay, so
they are also getting only their wages. They don't make money. Even such doctors also, they get their wages. They don't calculate their wages.
So I will talk to you personally about that. Okay. See, after post-COVID, okay, every hospital in smaller towns which were for sale, they wanted to build another hospitals. Okay, today they want to sell their hospitals again because they became rich, but the hospital remained poor. Okay, they bought lands, they bought. So what I am trying to tell you here is, I think he actually, pulled me off the track. Okay, so what were we talking about? Insurance, yeah. So I think there should be a collective responsible responsible representation. That's what you cannot. And the charity should also go to only the underprivileged. It is not happening here. There are people who come and claim, my father-in-law owns around 35, 50 acres, okay, but he is having a CM scheme. Please don't tell outside, okay, but he is having, he doesn't. I said first thing, you will not be covered under this in any hospital. I will ensure that you are not going to use it. And of course, he doesn't. So it doesn't work that way, okay. There should be unity. That is important among the healthcare fraternity.
So I completely echo with Mr. Venkat. When it comes to pricing, there is a trust deficit. No matter how much as hospitals we say that private healthcare is expensive. It should not be. People should not think private healthcare is expensive. Healthcare is expensive. In the case of the government is footing the bill and no one comes to know. In the case of private healthcare, it is the need for unity amongst the hospitals, and to raise this is very important, because even as a trust hospital, since you asked about the CM scheme, it is just not viable. We are not even covering the variable costs. So there's no way the current reimbursement rates can be sustainable for any healthcare system which is independently funded.
I have a very related question. See, now around 600 million population of India is covered under the government schemes, under the PMJ. So the burden on the patient is suddenly getting reduced, at least for the bulk of the patients who never had access to healthcare is now having access to healthcare. But is the healthcare system ready to cater to such a market? So we are talking about sustainability and profitability here. So on the payment side and on the affordability side, I think government is taking care now. It's becoming a major payer. But is the current model of healthcare actually suitable for delivering care at such prices and at such reimbursement rates? Because 600 million population is like half the population of India.
They want to make it
No. The schemes which are being introduced by the PM or the CMs of the state, they never given any concession to the hospital sector. Did they give a land free? Did they give an electricity at lesser cost? Did they are giving the subsidized rate of equipment? Or they are putting up a cost on the medicines which they supplied? When everything is zero, we will not be able to serve.
So I'll correlate both the questions. See, the state insurance scheme of Tamil Nadu, the last time the rates were fixed in 2015, and it's been 2009, and it's been 15 years since the rates have been revised or even relooked into. This and one point, the pricing is capped now. On the other side, the cost is increasing. Your manpower, see, I am also part of the minimum wages committee of Tamil Nadu. So we are reviewing the minimum wages of the healthcare professionals in Tamil Nadu. And the last time when the rates came up in 2018, it was 3 times of what it was earlier, of what the market was giving, hospitals were giving. And they are trying to increase it further. But we have been holding adamantly to make sure it goes below the 2018 IMA, and we are all working together there. So, on the other hand, the cost is also increasing, cost of technology is increasing, cost of services, everything is increasing. So, in this scenario, hospitals leave alone profitability, hospitals cannot survive. And the trend is that a lot of these homegrown doctor-based hospitals, after 30 years of developing a hospital into a 50-bed facility, are up for sale in the market. That's the saddest part. And as he was asking about the increasing insurance penetration, the government insurance, it's already there. But as you were saying, there are people who come with the CM insurance scheme card in BMW or Benz or Merc. So it is not viable. The criteria is different. The criteria there is around, I think, there is some value, I think 27,000 or something should be the upper limit of your income, manual income. That is not being implemented at all properly. So the effectiveness of the system, of the policy or the insurance is also equally important to make it useful to the patient. Otherwise, the actual beneficiary will never get these services. The purpose or the intention is never met. So this is an ecosystem wherein the stakeholders, all stakeholders, the government, the insurance, the hospitals, the doctors, nurses, everyone has to contribute effectively and make sure this is a success and hospitals survive. If hospitals don't survive, the vendors don't make money, the nurses don't get a job, the entire system goes for a toss. You would have seen it in COVID. All the secondary care hospitals were shut down, only the tertiary cares were running, and the Indian healthcare system couldn't manage it. People were waiting in queues outside the hospitals. So this is not a, this is just a tip of the iceberg. Yeah. So this is not the right way to go with. As Dr. Ilan was pointing out, we need to relook into the way the healthcare system, the Indian healthcare system runs, and make some drastic changes to handle the increasing workload as well.
Thank you so much, Adil and everyone. And we are coming to the end of the session. Few of you might be thinking, I think all these 5 people are singing the sad song, saying that we are not profitable, nothing is coming into our kitty and all this stuff. At the same time, you may be thinking, look at the share market. Many of the hospitals, the PE ratio is more than 60 times, 70 times, and many of the foreign companies are coming and investing. How is it possible? I think this topic is needs another day of discussion. I think I will not dive into that topic now. Next session, maybe. I think I'm giving some.
The reason is because of speculation. There are
so people think that Indian healthcare will change in the next 10 years, 15 years. So not at the current level. So that's what's happening there. Any more questions? Maybe you can talk outside.
Maybe not a question, but I can probably round off that as a person who's been a trader.
So much. Can I
the stock market and the economy have got no correlation. Yeah. Last question, very briefly, please.
Thank you. Dr. Ilan, you were saying that one end, this is the spectrum where people are investing, but I think about 2 to 5% of the beds catered in this country are by the corporate hospitals where these fundings are coming in. But about 80% of the hospital beds are managed by the so-called 2-tier and 3-tier nursing homes. Now the problem with them is they don't really have access to technology because it's costly for them. And if by chance someone gets their hands on their technology, they're not really able to adopt because of the crazy user interface which these technologies come up with. So I think the problem right now here is one of an affordability and an accessibility for both these, the middle players, the 80%. What is the government doing for that? What are we as corporates doing for that? What are the people trying to do for that? There's nothing. That is why this huge ecosystem is almost at the verge of its death. Now, we have seen a lot of crowdfunding happening for poor patients. Why can't we come up with a solution wherein these 80% hospital bed contributors can form into small conglomerates and increase their bargaining or purchasing power and get technology easily accessible for them? I think this would sort of answer the problem which we are right now fighting. Your opinions on that?
No, I completely agree with you. I think the unity is lacking in these providers. I think that's one of the key issues currently we are facing. Again, if you take insurance providers, I'm not sure how many insurance companies are profitable. That's another point. They're also not profitable. That's a problem there. Any insurance company you speak, they're also losing money. I don't know where is the money going in the healthcare system. I don't know who is making money. System. I don't know who is making money out of it. I think your point is good. Actually, I think there should be some unity among healthcare providers to tackle issues together. The problem is, again, here comes the competition. Yeah, he might think he's the competitor. He may not. I'm not saying you. So I think that should change. I agree with you completely.
I'll just add one point, one fun fact. is there are at least 35,000 hospitals in Tamil Nadu. This is government data, and of which 28,000 are clinics. 7,000 are the mid-size, less than 100 beds, and only 700 beds are above 100. 700 hospitals are above 100 beds. But these 700 hospitals, they drive the market. And you are talking about hospitals coming together. We have worked hard to make sure hospitals come together to fight out lot of other issues, including the increasing tariff of CM insurance scheme or anything else. Keep putting installing the minimum wages or trying to understand, even costing of services. Lot of issues been worked on, but we have failed in that matter because we couldn't bring hospitals together. I think Dr. Suresh will agree.
And we have actually they fought for the electricity tariff, and the institutions were given the concessions. Why not the hospitals? I think they went to the court. Went to the court, and it is been working. Yes.
We have got special consideration for hospitals, NABH hospitals in rural areas. But unfortunately, noting EUB, a hospital in Chennai city is charged the same rate, EB rate, as a dance bar or a pub in the city. That is the unfortunate reality.
And there is no price control in pubs.
And I
Okay.
guess
Also showbiz.
I think the time is running.
We are yes, we have to conclude, please. Don't get us wrong, we are thrilled to see that there is so much participation and so many questions that have to go unanswered. It's great to see that there's so much engagement, but in the interest of keeping the conference at least somewhat on time, we have to take a break now. So thank you all very much for your questions. Very sorry that we couldn't answer all of your questions, but of course all of our panelists are available in the networking areas just outside and beyond as well, over lunch and beyond as well, to answer any unanswered questions. We have to take a break now, and we shall see you all in about 20 minutes time. But before we go, acknowledgement for our panelists, please. Thank you very much, and see you in about 20 minutes or so. Thank you. HealthCare partner, Red.Health. And as I said, we have a short presentation about what Red.Health is, and most important, how can Red.Health help you in your hospitals or in your care facilities and help enhance the offering that you have for your patients and customers. Please help me welcome on stage Mr. Prashant Agarwal, who's the Vice President of Red.Health, to tell us more.
So good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? Yeah. So at the outset, let me share that, most of the hospitals, what we are partnering here and we have interacted, there are certain common concerns which comes in the ambulance response systems. When it is coming to the emergency response system, ambulance is the first thing which comes to mind, and the second is the call centers, which are the very common interface between ER and the hospital. So what we are talking about, a problem statement, which is a very, very well-defined problem statement, and I am sure that it is going to have well-connectedness to all of you. Before getting into the problem statement, India is not having dearth of ambulances. As per, if you look at the WHO recommendations, the recommended number of ambulance required per million is only 10. India has 18 ambulances per million. Despite having high number of ambulances, we are seeing a lot of variances between the expectation and the current delivery level. Can I have changer and yeah, and can I have display here also? Display here also. not coming. Yeah. So we are seeing that these are the six well-defined problems which we have seen in India as far as the ambulance is concerned. First is about the lack of trained partners. So we look at that India is having ambulance market which is completely unorganized. 98% delivery currently happening with local operators which are not having a very high training standards for the people. Even if you look at the overall quality of vehicles, quality of fleet, it is not up to the mark. The calibration of equipment is not to the level what it is expected as per the JCI guidelines. If you look at the overall patient shopping is a very common feature, especially when it is coming the inbound cases from long journey. There is a possibility that patient may miss reaching to the desired hospital and ambulance operator divert to other places. And if you look at that, it all leads to a negative word of mouth, because at the end of the day, it is the hospital which is being seen as the face to the patient, not the ambulance operator. So with this thing, we are seeing that a solution, prospective solution, should stop having our revenues which is being stolen by local operators. That is what the theme on which we are working to give a different face to this entire ecosystem. So what is required is to have an evolved ambulance system, and this we are talking about a very, very advanced high-tech system. It first starts with the operating system, which gives you a full visibility, end-to-end visibility, right from patient when it is picked up, how it is being tracked, what kind of documentation people are having in between, with well qualified EMTs and the pilots who are receiving this patient, and it should reach to the hospitals in the same manner, with same kind of care what he is expecting to get in the hospital premises also. We are talking about second is about the medico legal protection system. Medico legal protection, once hospital receives a patient, then certainly a lot of things are being documented, but in the journey with local operators currently this piece is being missed. And this is where if any hospital name, if ambulance is going to pick up, some kind of responsibility is on hospital too. So in that way it is very important that you should have a very proper medico legal system protected kind of thing. So we are the only JCI compliant company which are having HIPAA compliance also, and we are going for VLCT also. This gives you full assurance that the documentation process, the compliance process, what is expected should be there. It starts with the validation of all equipments, validation of fleet, validation of proper training of the staff, and at the end it should be a well documented in system which should be integrated, or it can be transferred to your EMR system too. We are talking about the advancements in the ambulance system, and here we are giving an interface to hospital ER, which is Salas EMS, and now the new one is about the 5G ambulances, where we have a technologically advanced system which is called as SyncX Smart System. With this, whatever the patient movement, right from its pickup from bed till drop to your ICU bed or the ER bed, the entire journey is having a two-way connectivity. And it is not just about visibility of data in the vitals, it is about everything getting recorded which can get translated to your EMR system. We are talking about the advancements further where the complicated cases are concerned. So we have expertise in air ambulances cases where we are doing monthly basis around 35 to 40 cases a month. That includes the transfers of ECMO or organ transplant cases, and no need to say that once this kind of cases are involved, these all are the high net worth individuals cases. So certainly the ticket size will also is high. And the last but not least, we would like to focus that we are not just talking about ambulance as a one part, but we are talking about emergency medical response services as a holistic approach, which gives you some kind of a scope to have very targeted marketing to your hospital and to get the desired kind of patient footfall to your hospital. So there are hospitals which are having a specialty on cardiac or transplant or stroke or any kind of say trauma, and if you want to have that kind of a specific targeted patient to have catched up and to be hooked up to your hospital, then those kind of targeted marketing can be done. And with the kind of reach we have on ground, over 5,500 ambulance plus in marketplace we have, so certainly those kind of things we can offer to you. Looking forward that this is something, ambulance is one market, one area which is a completely non-clinical area for a new hospital, but it's a this is the first entry point for all high ticket hospital to a hospital. So certainly this is not an area which can be missed. And in the last panelist discussion, when we were listening to Dr. Stephen, that there were a lot of opportunities for revenue leakages, and as a responsible company, we can say that we will not be seeing any kind of opportunity for revenue leakage, but revenue build up. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prashant Agarwal, for explaining to us what Red Health is about. And of course, the team from Red Health is available for the networking lunch and beyond as well. Our final discussion before we head for the networking lunch break is a topic that we briefly touched on earlier. The topic of the discussion is beyond brick and mortar, exploring new models in healthcare delivery. Yes, we spoke about metaverse and so on and so forth, which is very abstract. So let's drill a little bit deeper and see what is there on offer. Our moderator has some opening comments that he'd like to share with us. So please help me welcome on stage Mr. Rajarajan, who's the Group Chief Operating Officer of Alluri Sitarama Raju Medical Academy of Medical Sciences. So please help me welcome on stage Mr. Rajarajan. So Mr. Rajarajan will set the stage, build the context, and then we'll take it forward from there.
Thank you. I'd like to start with quoting something what Thiruvallur had said. Sevikkunavillada bodu siridhu vaitrukku iyappadum. So just bear with us for some more time with this knowledge feast, and then we would go in for the lunch. So can I have the presentation, please? So today we are going to look at how do we move away from these brick and mortar businesses. Healthcare has predominantly been brick and mortar. Even when my friend Edil was mentioning about so many hospitals as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, predominantly all these are brick and mortar. But today, for the reach, for getting everybody into this healthcare bandwagon and to have a healthier community, we need to go beyond. So that's where we come up with click and mortar and brick and click models. So I'm sure in this panel we're going to look at various types of models, what we generally do at with respect to digital health. Before getting on to this presentation, I would like to just tell you upon one of the things, which is the hype cycle, the digital health hype cycle. Gartner is one famous company, the Medical Futurist is another company which provides this digital health hype cycle every year on year. So what do? Is they actually classify the various digital health tools available in the market into plateau of progression, illusionment, and productivity phase. So as an organization, based on your risk taking, you want to call yourself the first of its kind and stuff, like how Red Health did with the 5G ambulances, or later, once it is in the plateau of productivity, you start with it, like blockchain in healthcare is in the plateau of productivity. So you can look at Gartner digital health hype cycle and also this the Medical Futurist health hype cycle. So you will know exactly where the digital health is heading towards. The last few sessions have been wonderful. We talked about immersive health. We talked about metaverse. Both are very similar. I would like to coin it together like a telemedicine with immersive health is your metaverse. Okay, so these kind of things are going to be more rampant, as my fellow panelists mentioned, with the millennials and more, even Gen Y generations who are coming in and stuff. So today we'll touch upon some of these established things in the digital health paradigm, and what is the paradigm shift these are bringing in, and how it has evolved. We will hear it from each of our panelists as well. So digital health, as you can see, the focus in this session is going to be more on the telemedicine aspects, the health apps, the digital health, and the various online platforms that are available. We'll take the good of those online platforms and leave the bad outside for our one-to-one discussions. One of the things which we are at this point of time, a phenomenal thing which is happening is the National Digital Health Mission, where the government is expecting all of us to upload the data, all of us to come on to the digital health platform. So we're going to see how each of us could contribute into that as well during the panel discussion. And yeah, so the key areas is definitely going to be accessibility, redefining healthcare roles, and data-driven outcomes. Data is the new oil, so we need to see how in digital health we work with data, or how are we creating these data lakes, what kind of encryption goes in, what kind of access, role-based access we have, and how we are transforming this space. So telemedicine has been a savior during the COVID period, and beyond that it has just slumped, but then there's a lot of efforts to regain. So we'll hear from the panelists what are all happening at this point of time. But definitely one thing which is clear, as even my fellow, my good friend Dr. Masood Ikram had mentioned, a fellow with me in Telemedicine Society of India, a lot of other members are also here. So we are looking at, the accessibility factor into this, and a lot of rural health. Now I've just moved, about a year back I was with MGM Healthcare, and I just moved to Ashram, a group in Andhra Pradesh. When I look at it in Andhra Pradesh, it is a state where this is definitely required, because the healthcare is not as comparable with Tamil Nadu. But still, with Tamil Nadu, with having so much of awareness, in the e-Sanjeevani we are at number 2, whereas Andhra Pradesh is at number 1 with respect to accessing this telemedicine related facilities. There are insurance companies who have started, like Star Health with its telemedicine app has actually a lot of teleconsultations done. Apollo through its Apollo 24/7 has also been very successful in this model. So the other thing is about mobile health, digital health. We'll see the panelists talk about it, the various platforms available, the rise of health apps. See, today, we always look at healthcare in a very, in a very small spectrum, but right from the barbers, they are also part of the healthcare spectrum. So they also help in the hygiene related factor. So our family is very big. So today, many of these ancillary team members have also got into fitness apps and various other things, various other startups, and especially from this region as well. In one of the recent national-wide survey, I saw that Coimbatore had got the maximum investment in startups in the entire country, which was, I was not able to get down to the results of which one. It was very, that data was not available. So today we are talking of Apple Watch doing various heart-related arterial fibrillation. We're talking of the sleep apnea application, which is up for the FDA approval or already gone through with the process. So all these are changing the way we are operating today as individuals as well, other than being healthcare fraternity members. IBM Watson is no new thing. Manipal had adopted to it a long time back. AI and IoT, if you can imagine how a AI-driven hospital, IoT-driven hospital could be, it will be fantastic. There are certainly already, you don't have to imagine, there are already hospitals which have been done on those models. Even sending the food to the patient room is done through these bots. We also need to talk of ML and the deep neural networks. The real game changer with respect to radiology is the DNA. So the neural networks is what makes humans humans, though they have decided to call us no more Homo sapiens, we are all called as Homo WhatsAppians. So now, so the digital health with respect to all this is phenomenally changing. And another big thing, as I said, the National Digital Health Mission taking leave from something like what is there in the Middle East, the Malafi healthcare system. And many of us do get confused between EMR and EHR. So EMR is very localized with the hospital, but when we are able to extrapolate this into a longitudinal health axis of a particular patient, that is EHR. But beware of all these things. When we are going all these things, one side we are putting all this network access and all the stuff. We did talk about profitability in the previous session. So once all this network is done, everything, so government is also going to ask us to just upload the bills as well into the thing. So we are going to be, the NPPA is going to knock on all our doors. Further cost reductions are going to happen. So today it's all about bringing the economies of scale, the learning curve models into practice so that we function with low cost model per se. On that note, we can benchmark, that's nothing but copying from another industry. The best is the airline industry. Some of the airlines have been able to do very well with this low cost airline whole business, but then they were allowed by the government players, government as such, to sell extra bits, add on cost and all those stuff. We as healthcare fraternity don't have that luxury, for which we all need to rally together. I'm also seconding or echoing the thoughts which has been told in the earlier sessions. Coming together for progress is going to be very important. Or we just do what Adam and Eve did, just take people who are coming together and start sailing. So EHR is going to transform the way we are looking at it. So the bigger the challenge, the bigger the opportunity. So that's what the panel is going to discuss about. And we are definitely going to have another next half an hour of good thought-provoking session, and we would appreciate a lot of questions coming from each of you as well, both when we are on the stage and offline as well. Giving it back to the moderator giving it back to the presenter to introduce the panel. Thank you.
Yes, so let us quickly introduce our fellow Homo WhatsAppians, fellow panelists on the stage. That's a good one though. Please help me welcome on stage Dr. Suresh Vishwanathan, who is the Managing Director of SKS Hospital and the Postgraduate of Medical Institute. We also have Dr. Natesh Bala, who is the Chief Operating Officer of the Lifeline Hospitals. We also have Mr. Jayakumar Ramchandran, who is the Chief Operating Officer of KG Hospital. We also have Dr. Sai Surinder, who is the Group Head of Emergency Medicine at Dr. Kamakshi Memorial Hospital. And finally, Mr. Nandakumar TV, who is the Vice President of Operations South and East India of Dr. Agarwal's Eye Hospital.
Check. Yeah, good afternoon one and all. So I'll first keep it open for the panel to come up with the open comments about the session and your thoughts and what each of you are doing in your hospitals on this going beyond the brick and mortar model before we get on with the questions to the panel.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the question. See, as we are from ophthalmic industry, we are heavily dependent on instruments. So during the COVID, when we wanted to start telemedicine for ophthalmology, it was not very successful. Definitely, we need one point of contact at the end of the services. So what we started is, and at the same time, the number of doctors availability in tier 3, tier 4 cities is a very big challenge. So taking the leave from a couple of other large eye care providers, we have also started small clinics in tier 4 towns across the country. We also have the vision to start much more. where these clinics are established with equipment. It is employed with optometrists who will be able to do the preliminary testing, but they are all collected with the telemedicine with our senior ophthalmologist who will be able to take care of most of the situation. And whenever the patient needs to move to the main center, secondary or tertiary care center, we will be able to explain the need of that moment, and we are able to do that.
Hi everyone, I am Dr. Sai. I am Vice President of Society for Emergency Medicine India and Group Head of Emergency Medicine at Dr. Kamakshi Memorial Hospitals. So this topic is very close to the heart. As in the previous slide and as my panelist Mr. Rajarajan was speaking, Red Health, what you all saw about the concept of 5G ambulances and everything. So what does WHO says is quality emergency care should be accessible to each and every individual on this earth. They are the every person is eligible to get the highest quality of emergency care. So in that way, so what are we innovating and how are we proceeding further in bringing beyond the brick and mortar is because of integration of technology and what we are seeing from the morning about the metaverse and all other integrated models. See future how it's going to be. So when a patient steps into your hospital into the master health checkup, he has a higher lipid profile, he's a non-diabetic, he's a non-hypertensive. There is going to be an app which will say that this guy is going to get heart attack in the next 3 months. So that is the way, that is the model we are all going towards. Of course Mayo Clinic actually is working on this model, a non-diabetic, hypertensive with a passive history or a very sedentary lifestyle. He is going to get the heart attack in the next 3 months. So it is going to be integrated between our ICUs, emergency cardiology departments. So as the other panelist was also speaking about how machines can speak to each other. So machines will be speaking to human beings as well as other apps. So this panel will be focusing more on this type of content. So with that, I move on.
Thank you, Sai. I am Dr. Suresh Viswanathan, Managing Director of SKS Hospital and Postgraduate Medical Institute in Salem. There's an interesting point, difference between EMR and EHR. And like I said, EHR is the longitudinal health. By longitudinal health, we're talking about the entire patient's history. Now, I think the revolution that's happened in our recent lifetime is the mobile smartphone. Although smartphone has been around for almost 17 years within iPhone in 2007. But if you look at all new business models that have come up, your Uber wouldn't be possible without your smartphone, because it replaced the GPS that the driver didn't need to know where to pick up. He didn't have to know the city. He just followed the app blindly, picked up his customer and dropped him. You with a mobile phone could order a service with Zomato, with Uber. So entirely new business models were created, disrupting existing models. Like that, the smartphone is already there. It has started to disrupt us. So we talk about machine-to-machine communication, and I wanted to talk a little bit on the longitudinal health. So yes, EMRs, electronic medical records, are there in the hospital and for the doctor. Rajan, will you be asking the questions later? Okay, so briefly, quick idea is like, how many of you have a BP apparatus or blood glucometer at home, please? Okay, so what do you do with the results? How many of you note it? But if that device could talk to your phone, and then that device could actually upload it to your electronic health record, when you go to see the doctor and he asks you, what has been your sugar for the last month, or what has been your BP, or even your weight, forget about your weighing machine, easily can talk, digital weighing machines. So this will allow new methods of diagnosis, because you have insight to patient's data that previously was unreliable or unavailable. So just my 2 cents.
Thank you, ET Consulting, and thank you, Rajarajan, for being the moderator of this excellent panel, which I think is the need of the hour. So I am Dr. Natish, I'm the COO of Lifeline Hospitals. We are present at Chennai, Bangalore, and Hyderabad, also at Dubai, Bahrain, and Ghana. I'm also the CEO of a US-based company on digital health. We have developed a few very, very innovative apps, which I'll be very happy to talk about more as the session progresses. And I'm convinced completely that digital health is the way to go forward. Like the previous panelists said that it will not be completely a brick and mortar, neither will it be completely a digital. The human touch should always be there in medicine. But there's a term called phygital. I think that is the way to go forward, which is basically a hybrid model between the brick and mortar and the digital world, basically. So we have developed a few apps. I'm sure you'll be interested to know. AI based with the Israeli company, we now have developed an app which, just by looking at the camera for 45 seconds to 1 minute, you get various health parameters, including HbA1c and cholesterol. And let me tell you again, it's just by looking at your normal phone camera. You just need to download an app, which is now in the beta stage. We send it to FDA, and we have done our own studies, and it's now accurate to about 10% of errors, margin of error is there. Probably FDA will accept only about 5 if we're doing more studies. But I believe this is the future. This is the start of non-invasive blood testing. And there is a company in Hyderabad called AVA. They've come up with a non-invasive blood glucose. And let me tell you, with AVA, you don't even have to have draw blood anymore. And that's at the moment FDA approved as well. So we've done a lot more in this space, which I'll be happy to talk about as the session progresses. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting. I am Jai Kumar from Coimbatore KG Hospital as a Chief Operating Officer here. Digital health and telemedicine is way to go forward. During COVID, everyone was experienced about the importance of digital health and telemedicine. But after COVID, we again forgot the importance. I think we need to create awareness among the public to create the base so that it is available, accessible to everyone, and the need of the hour is to create awareness. I think we can take the questions and go ahead.
Dr. Suresh, the question is for you. You did tell about EHR. So the basic thing is about the health information exchange that is facilitated. Now we are having methods where you can even spit in a cup, pee on a stick, and all these are connected and stuff. So how do you see this? All these are going to be implemented and is going to improve the efficiency and streamline the entire healthcare workflow. What are your comments on that?
Like you aptly mentioned, data is the new oil. So the more data, most important, reliable data, the better we can arrive at treatment methodologies, diagnosis, predictive health. So quick brief, because anyone who's a doctor here practicing knows the pain when the patient comes without his or her previous file. And then, they are unreliable. They think you must be remembering it, but you see 20, 30 or even more patients in a day. And this patient came 3 months ago. There's no way you're going to remember his parameters, etc. So the basis of electronic medical records to start off with is that everything is available within the hospital digitally, so that you don't have to worry about the patient bringing his file. At the click of a button, you can see his or her previous history, previous treatments, medications, etc. Now, extending beyond that electronic health records is if you're an eye care hospital where the patient has come to you for ophthalmology, but the patient is also diabetic and it goes to another hospital, is a diabetic hospital. Now, how do you access those records from the diabetic hospital? Patient usually hasn't brought the file. So with the health exchange, which the government has started off with ABDM and the initial steps, is each hospital basically provides their data onto this exchange. And this is what the Indian government is achieving is really advanced. Even in the US, it's not as advanced as what they're rolling out over here. I've seen the US model. It's based on private setups, trying to set up their own private health exchanges. But we are still going through the growing teething pains. It's still not there. But like how UPI blossomed in a few years, I see the vision where the doctors come to Agrawal, the patient has come to Agrawal Eye Hospital, and they click saying, "Oh, you're diabetic," and then the patient gets an one-time OTP which they give to the doctor and access his entire diabetic record. So they don't have to repeat the test. Patient doesn't have it. Now what happens? Okay, you ask the patient to repeat the test. So you're reducing the cost, unnecessary pricking, unnecessary redoing of tests, and any tests that are done over here are also available to other healthcare providers. So that is the great thing about the healthcare exchange. And like I mentioned briefly in my earlier talk about earlier part was having other data from your home. So your weighing machine, your glucometer, your sphygmomanometer, BP apparatus, whatever you have, even your selfie photo, if you're having a mole or what in your hand, you can take a photo and put it onto Exchange. And this data is available at a click. And it's not just prior to hospitalization, post-hospitalization. Follow-ups. In our country, follow-ups with patients are extremely poor. How many patients actually come back, even after surgery, come back for a follow-up? Yes, if they need to have a suture removed, they might come a week later. But even that half the time is done with a local doctor, which is fine. But then you want to know how is the patient doing. Simple things like, the patient can take, patients had a surgery, post-surgery, you tell them, okay, if you've come from 500 kilometers away, you go to your local doctor, remove the stitches, but I'd like a photograph of the site where the stitch is removed. Now that's a very valuable information. You can look at inflammation, see if there's any leak. Then this photo gets into your electronic health data, protected, which the hospital or surgeon can review, saying that, okay, this looks like a healthy wound site, or this probably is cause of concern, and alert them saying that, please go, go see a doctor, I think there's an infection over there. So these are simple things that with electronic health records, we can go both prior and post-hospitalization, enhancing new models in healthcare delivery, because we need a low-cost solution that works in India. Telemedicine, yes, but again, telemedicine acceptance, it's been an uphill task. So these are simple things that are easily doable by the patient. They don't think of it as telemedicine. They think of it as, okay, I just take a photograph and upload it. Coming to, I think that's basically it. Anything else comes up, I'll let you know.
Yeah, thanks about it. That was very well brought out, and definitely that's going to be how the things are going to work in future. The longitudinal data access, it's going to change the way patients are getting treated, especially even in emergency care. You don't even have to wait, but yeah, the access and all those things are going to be key. Talking on this access, the safety and the outcomes, how do you, Dr. Natesh, how do you think technology is going to enable all this? How it is going to put together this patient safety and patient related expected outcomes out of this? So what is a yardstick for measuring? You've been going through this journey with even the health app that you're trying to get done. So what are the various safety things and the patient outcomes which needs to be focused upon?
Thank you, Rajarajan, for the question. Like we all spoke, I think it's been said over and over again, EHR is vital for that, first of all, because a very continuous stream of data is required. The patients, first of all, when the patient comes to a doctor, having seen many patients earlier,
health, along with that, it pumped more number of viewers, along with COVID, put them all into the houses. So it was a boom. Yeah. So the future will be digital because of the internet boom, and people like Jio and other companies come together. More number of people will be adopting the digital platform, is my take.
I completely agree with Mr. Sai. Today, the cost of travel is more than the cost of consultation. And if I need to wait for 1 hour for a doctor consultation, I maybe need to wait in Ola and Uber for another 1.5 hours to reach the places only. At least Chennai is slightly better when we travel to other cities like Bangalore. It's a travel is a nightmare, and for these people it's very, very difficult. So the hospitals really need to adapt to this kind of system, and they have to create their ecosystem to support this telehealth and digital health. And electronic medical records is one of the fantastic things. When in Dr. Agarwal's we adapted that. Before we adapting, we had about 100 plus hospitals during that time. My patient from Chennai city will go to Visakhapatnam, then I have to take the old case sheet which will take 30 minutes, I have to scan it and then upload it. The doctors in those centers have to wait. But now this all changed with one unique ID, people are able to see every data. I think this is how the future is going to be, and we all need to get adapted to that. Thank you, Rajan.
Yeah. So I would just like to close by giving you an example which is, I think, apt for this session, about why technology and the brick and mortar both are equally important. So about 2 weeks back, I was sitting with the health secretary of a northeastern state, and they want to construct a 400-bed hospital in the capital city. So they wanted a proposal. So I was just suggesting various things. And then they said 60% of a population of the state lives in the villages and in mountains, they're tribals. So I said, then how will a 400-bed hospital in the capital alone work? You're only going to serve 40% of the population. So I gave them a model which is typically called the hub and spokes, where the central hub of the hospital, the main hospital, will be located in the city. And they have PHCs all over. I said, I'll put in IoT devices where even if you take an ECG, a cardiologist from the central hospital will see, so that an old lady who's coming with gastric pain, or we don't know whether it's cardiac pain, will not go back and die because somebody gave medicine for gastritis. So I think this is why I cannot cover the whole population of the state by just a big, huge super specialty hospital in the capital city. Neither can you go on building small hospitals around the state. I think the best way is to go phygital, which is both, brick and mortar, and then go spokes all around with digital, where you can triage effectively and bring the patients who are absolutely require super specialty care to the main hospital.
I think wrapping up, we've been talking about beyond brick and mortar and exploring new models, and surprisingly, no one has brought up AI, although it was brought up in the previous panels. But there are a lot of skeptics among well-deserved about AI. But AI has proven itself in certain areas, like radiology, because it was already digital, has been one of the low-hanging fruits. So going to the future, like the example you said in the Northeast, in that case, at that PHC, you're never going to get a doctor in the next 25 years over there. So a proven AI model that can, we already have early warning scores in ICUs, people, it's proven like that. Some limited AI model that has been vetted, tested, can be used to complement the doctor, not to substitute, but complement, because you're talking about difference between no access to healthcare versus informed, proper treatment. So I think the future, like you said, is digital. AI is going to be part of it, so we have to accept it.
Yeah. So thank you to all my panelists. India is such a large country. Even in this room, roughly we are talking about various hospitals put together. We are talking about 7,000 to 10,000 hospital beds. We are running 7,000 to 10,000 hospital beds in this room. But what is the population of India? More than? We are so huge, so large. So what we do with brick and mortar is a speck in this ocean. Or a speck not even in the ocean, a speck in the Jupiter. So what we need is more of the click and mortar and brick and click. So these models are going to keep evolving. Statutes are going to come in. A lot of industry experts are going to guide us from those which are in the plateau of productivity for us to adopt, so that when you adopt, you're sure of the outcomes that you can achieve, provided you handle your change management better, your, earlier also star doctors better, and have them all jump into this digital bandwagon. We would be one mighty power in the digital health space. Thank you one and all. Thanks for having us here.
Thank you, gentlemen. So in a nutshell, the future of brick and mortar is simply click and mortar. So simple yet brilliant. So the discussion may be about virtual reality, but we have a very real buffet lunch waiting for us all outside in the networking area. So before we get to the real lunch buffet, we'd like to have a couple of questions related to the discussion. Do we have any questions? Maybe one or two? Yes, this gentleman.
All these technology advancements are going to reduce the cost onto the common man, because it reduces the workload for the hospital administrators or for the staffs from your standpoint, but it's going to increase the burden on the common man on the hospital healthcare cost, because year on year it keeps increasing, whereas hospital says we're working in very thin margin. I know it's a sensitive subject, but throw some light on the healthcare cost, spending perspective from the common man.
Of course, sir. Yes, one of the most important questions today, because cost per person is the important thing. See, the cost depends on the user and the person who is going to provide, the provider, the healthcare provider, and the distance between the user and the healthcare provider should be reduced. Is all what we are fighting for. So by more amount of data, so the common man can access an app and get whatever the healthcare can offer. So that will be my take. So everybody have to come together. When government can reduce the cost on internet or the usage of these apps, or provide more skill building for usage of these apps, and definitely there will be a huge gap reduction in usage of digital healthcare delivery systems.
I'll just add on, transfer cost is real. There is going to be a transfer cost. But another important aspect is this is very important and required. For example, if as a hospital I'm going to put in a technology tool for antimicrobial resistance, that is going to reduce the number of stay for many patients. Okay, it is for the larger good, greater good. So there is going to be a cost, but we need to look at it in a different way. That's where the government comes in and with all the things. But the third most important aspect I want to say is, we are already, without even knowing, we are moving from what is called as a evidence-based healthcare system to a value-based healthcare systems. Now, with all these government schemes, hospitals, we all function in evidence-based healthcare system. Government schemes function based on value-based healthcare system. So today, the biggest divide and the cost-related aspects, the Robin Hood aspects, comes through due to this. Because in an evidence-based healthcare system, we do the evidences, we do the diagnosis, then go ahead with the treatment. In a value-based healthcare system, if a patient is admitted for a typhoid, whether you treat him for 3 days or 5 days or 15 days, the cost reimbursement is going to be the similar one. And if there is going to be a readmission, it is going to be a similar one. You know, I have fellow hospital members who do a lot of transplants in the city. So for transplant, when we do it for the government scheme, we have to maintain them for, in some of the things it's 6 months, some of the cases it is about a year, including medication, including readmissions. So that's all as part of the value-based healthcare. So if you ask me the cause, I think at the end we did discuss in panel 2 about, we still don't know. Like, everybody is getting the money, but who is making the money, nobody knows.
I think I can answer that, because when I treat a patient, the government makes more money than me. If you look at the number of taxes, like from customs duty, GST at 12%, and maintenance, a lot of people, a lot of the equipment we buy has 12% GST. But when you come for a maintenance contract, you're paying 18% GST for the service maintenance contract, like that. And then property tax. We don't get any concessions. At least in Tamil Nadu, there is no concession, no free land, nothing. So when you calculate all the money that the government makes from treating a patient, they make more money than the individual hospital or the doctor. So the only way to reduce cost is if the government sets its mind at it. That's where the money is going.
Last question to the gentleman. One microphone there, please.
The one question.
Would request you to make the questions brief and concise, and of course our answers also brief and concise.
So the one question, keeping apart the cities, actually, the rural areas where like patients are coming in as a OPD or IPD, whatever they are coming, at the end of the day, they ask for all the documents to be in a paper, actually. Though we are moving into the digitalization, paperless, everything, whatever the amount they pay for, they get only satisfied when they have a bunch of files in their hand. So how we are going to overcome that?
There's nothing preventing you from giving them a hard copy.
No, actually the thing is that, like, though we are planning for a complete digitalization, paperless.
Give the paper, but give it with the printout. Okay, so digitalize wherein you enter each of it. And more importantly, when you're giving it to them, don't give it in English. Please give it in the language, vernacular language they understand. Recently, we are working on this levels in our hospital, because some of the patients, the voice of customers, some of the patients came and said, we want it in Telugu. Can you give us in Telugu, the discharge summary? So, giving paper is fine, but let it not be pen and paper. Let it be print on paper, so that you have searchable fields for the digital healthcare. We are not, ESG is coming. We'll talk about green credits. We just decided that CSR we will discuss in one of the meetings. CSR at least has been implemented by the government, but ESG and green credits are still in planning phase. So once that comes in, each organization has to do ESG reporting, and we need to see what is the green credits, like how we allocate a budget for CSR. We have to allocate a budget for green credits, start planting trees, start looking at a carbon footprints and reduction in that, which many of the companies like Apple and everybody does. So it will be done. You have to give the paper, but give it printable, vernacular language.
And just to add to that, training the patient on paperless also is a very, very long journey. Today you go to Pantaloons, you go to Mac, they will say your bill will come to your WhatsApp. And even in tier 3, people will accept and they will give WhatsApp. So that is why if you are not using your own app, which people will not like to download, if you can send it as a web link, which we are trying in multiple locations. We are giving patient-friendly report. It is jargons removed. The patient will be able to understand in their own language in very, very simple terms. The adaptability is up to 50%. If you are sending, say, 100 messages, at least 50 of them are clicking. And I think eventually this will increase, and we have to take consistent efforts.
Charge like Reliance for the cover.
Thank you, panel, for the very valuable insights. My name is Deepthi. I'm the Managing Director of Ozone Hospitals in Hyderabad. Just a question, because all of you are from the hospitals and some of you are doctors, I see. How quickly are your doctors adopting to the digital health technologies, and how many are asking for it at this age and era?
Can I answer that?
Being doctor, you.
Yeah. So we've been on this digitization for a very long time. One thing is, of course, the current generation of doctors are very comfortable with computers, digital first strategy. But surprisingly, most of my senior consultants have themselves adapted, and they've been pushing us to roll even more features. So 10 years ago, or even 5 years ago, probably pre-COVID, I would have said, it's been a challenge, but now I really don't see that as a barrier.
See, I'll give you an example what we did. Our EMR thing in one of the organization, adoption was very, very low. So what we did was we brought in a concept of DocSper, where they write and it is done. But what happened was, again, that was digitization, was not digitalization. It is, you can't still search by the thing. But then I would like to bring upon one of the startups of Tamil Nadu in the IIT Madras Research Park called Health Attai. So this team led by a lady, they have come up with a solution wherein when the doctor writes, it is going to be saved as searchable content in the thing. So one of the biggest resistance when we talk about with respect to doctors' resistance in technology in hospital setting is with the CPOE, the computerized physician order entry, and to leverage on these kind of startups, use that kind of technology. That's what you need to see, what kind of marriage has to happen between what kind of technology and what kind of people in your organization.
Absolutely, like you rightly said, I think more doctors are asking for personalized.
Yeah, there are many voice-based AI also. You have Ognito, you have Symbio. So those things help. You don't even have to have physician assistant.
And the system also learns when Dr. A prescribes for a particular patient, and whatever prescription you are thinking, it gives suggestion, prompts.
So Ognito AI has this amazing feature of while you are talking, you don't even have to tell whether it has to go into the history of presenting illness or the soap. What part it has to go. It will automatically take and put it in those areas and stuff. So there are technologies, and believe me, the cost of login cost, the cost per license of each of the software, maybe based on your bargaining 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, which is much lesser than a healthcare secretary that we are going to appoint with the minimum wages which Adel had talked about in the previous session. We need to be wary about our healthcare cost optimization as well. So ultimately, no, you need to get them on board. Radiologists and pathologists are your first people. Then the others, you need to get them on board, and it is very good. We have tried it, and I've been there for the demos. It's very good, and a lot many others. I know of some, but here there are lot many people, lot many other apps are there, so you could try it all out. Thanks.
There is indication from Kotal, food is getting cold.
The last question. On that note, the last question. This will be the last question, sir. Okay, audio check, please.
Can be in that direction. Second is now today WHO is working on remote patient monitoring. I think in India today we have Amazon, Swiggy, everything catering to 92% of the pin codes for the last 6 years, 7 years. I think we still don't have access to many districts, forget about towns. Third, in the last 4 years, the last 10 years, we have increased the number of HCPs from maybe 7 lakhs to now 15 lakhs. But still the patient load and the patient ratio is very high. So I think we have to look at a model which will solve all these things. And above that, with the digital transformation happening, regulations also something which is still. If you take the National Digital Health Mission or you take the CDS, also a lot of gaps are there in understanding, in implementation. So I think these are a few questions which the healthcare body should address. Thank you.
We spoke about cost of technology, sir. So it has to reduce. People traveling has to reduce. Remote monitoring has to come in. There should be increased taking to all these technologies. We talked about ESG also, how we can reduce the carbon footprint. One other key thing for many of the hospitals is in many of the hospitals where I've been, what we do is follow-up care. Follow-up patients, we don't give appointments in the morning at all. Because if follow-up patients are going to come with the diagnostic reports and further treatment is only being done. So only new patients we give appointments in the morning. So because the new patients, they will go into the CT or other tests. By evening they have, by 3, 4 o'clock they can come back and meet with the doctor, take the thing. They don't have to come to the hospital twice. So this cost of traveling, ESG, all those things are avoided. And technology, you now even have pill reminder. Post discharge, you can push a button and you guys are doing that also with respect to some of the exercises which the patient have to do with respect to various chronic conditions that they are with respect to the physiotherapy or with respect to any specific care as well. So all these digitization is going to reduce the cost. What is going to happen is initially the cost is going to be high. As there is going to be wider acceptance, the cost reduction would eventually happen. So, and again, the government would come with some Robin Hood schemes and yeah, it will happen. They will take from hospitals and give it to people.
Shall we conclude on that? Yeah, all good? So thank you very much to all of our panelists. A very thought-provoking discussion. Of course, there were a lot more questions, but we will be able to address all of those and more over the networking lunch that we arranged. So thank you very much. Can we please have an acknowledgement for our panelists? There are a couple of announcements, please can I have your attention. So we're going to break for lunch now, and I would impress upon all of you to, while you're in the midst of the networking lunch, please do take the opportunity to visit our exhibition stall partners. We have many of our partners, our gold partner Bet Medical, our silver partner Shah Decors, our bronze partner Indiana Floors and Decor. And, please do check out and of course our exhibitor partners Schneider and Astral. Please do check out our exhibitor stalls, number one. And number two, before we break for lunch, I would request everybody to please come forward and capture this moment. We'd like to do a group photo with everybody. So I'd request you all to please come towards the stage with the backdrop, and we can capture this moment before we break for lunch. So thank you very much, and please do all come forward. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the post-lunch session of the 14th edition of the HealthCare 360 Summit. and we shall begin right where we left off. We'll get that drilling sorted. One of the points that was mentioned in the last discussion was AI. The topic and concept of AI was not covered in depth. Even though we're talking about technology that going forward, AI was not covered extensively in the previous discussion. Well, it so happens that AI, machine learning, big data, and all of this other good stuff related to the latest and swankiest tech is going to be discussed in this panel discussion. And we have assembled a list of seasoned experts to share their knowledge, experience, and insights with us related to the tech revolution that is upon us in the healthcare sector. I'd like to introduce our panelists first, starting with Dr. N. Kannan, who's the Group Medical Director of Dr. Mehta's Hospitals. Also, please help me welcome on stage Mr. Veera Prakash, who's the Group Business Head of SRM Medical College Hospital. Also, please help me welcome Mr. Krishnan Bharadwaj, who's the Senior Vice President and the Head of IT in Medall. Also, please help me welcome on stage Dr. Raju Sivaswamy, who's the Vice President of the Medical and Senior Consultant of SIMS. And the moderator for this discussion who will be asking all of the probing questions is Dr. Thanga Prabhu, who's the Chief Medical Information Officer of the Apollo Hospitals Group. So gentlemen, please do get started. In the meanwhile, we'll get that drilling sorted out.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for staying back. I know post lunch many of them disappeared, so I'll take this as the audience that is interested in what we are going to talk. Thank you for staying back. Let me introduce my co-panelist. Dr. N. Kannan is the Group Medical Director for Mehta's Hospitals. You can clap for him. Thank you. Mr. Veera Prakash Palnivelu, Group Business Head from SRM Medical College. Krishnan Bharadwaj, Senior Vice President, Head IT from Medall. Hello. Dr. Raju Sivaswamy, Vice President, Medical and Senior Consultant, SIMS Hospital. So the session that they have given to us is very much a in-demand session. Everybody talks about this. AI, artificial intelligence, cyber security, big data, Internet of medical things. These are, as you know, very, very popular, and all industries are trying to see how they can bring this into their practice. Healthcare as it is takes time to adopt any of these technologies. So let's see, we'll hear from our co-panelists also why healthcare doesn't jump on any of these new technologies immediately. There is a reason for it, and we will bring that out. So we can start with a video. Any guesses what this is? No? Exactly. So this is Apollo's Tele ICU, which was inaugurated in February by the chairman. 6 such command centers are live across India in the metro cities. And this is the Chennai command center, which is in Greaves Road. We have staff monitoring 24/7. We use a mix of technology. We are vendor agnostic that way. So we have evaluated and we have onboarded a couple of vendors who provide us the way to connect to the patients. And the 4 bays that you saw, we have monitored wards, we have monitored home care, we have connected ambulances, and then we have connected ICUs. So that's just to set the context that this is not futuristic anymore. This is very much in action as we speak. Our Chennai and Hyderabad units are up and running, and the Bangalore command center is coming up. So our patients from Bangalore also are connected to Hyderabad. Since we have 6 command centers and it is remote, it doesn't matter which center you connect to. So that switchover happens. If one command center is busy, we can always switch over to the other command center. The whole idea is after COVID, before COVID, we were chasing, the patients. We were, trying to get them on board onto telemedicine, remote working and all this. But post-COVID, something has changed and the patients are now, not willing to come to the hospital for a follow-up. If you ask them, they'll say, sir, WhatsApp call pannilame. We can, talk on WhatsApp. So that way, things have definitely changed. So it's become easier and the government made it safer for us doctors to practice medicine using telemedicine by passing the telemedicine practice guidelines. Earlier it was a gray zone, and 2 or 3 states actually sued doctors who had given prescriptions, and there was a lot of commotion because of that. So that all got sorted. So the legal part is sorted, and telemedicine is now established. So going forward from telemedicine, tele ICU and whatever the technologies that we showed you, those are all very much active. So the patient actually benefits now, and out of this the home-based healthcare is a very interesting space, because what we are talking is borderless hospitals, wherein the patient doesn't have to come to the hospital. We have an app. Using the app, the patient can take an appointment, do a virtual consult, and pretty much get a prescription, get treated. If required, if they come for a procedure, all the pre-op things can be done using telemedicine. They are brought in for the procedure is done, discharged back into the community, follow-up is also done using telemedicine. So technology exists, it's reliable, and we are using it. So this is something I wanted to share with that video. And so I'll start with Dr. Kannan. So what do you foresee as the potential pitfalls of digitization of health data that must be addressed before moving ahead?
So as Dr. Tangaprabhu rightly pointed out, technology revolution in healthcare is not something of the past or it is something that is happening right in the present, and you cannot dream of any hospital that is already existing, major hospitals, or which are going to be commissioned without any of the technological innovations. The hospital will become redundant. Having said that, what are the pitfalls? We have got electronic health records, teleconsultation, telemedicine. The biggest threat is the security threat, namely the cyber security. And contrary to what many of my doctor friends may think, the entire responsibility of maintaining the confidentiality of the patient data rests with the medical officers as well as the institution in which he is serving. So the biggest threat and biggest pitfall is you have to safeguard the confidentiality of the data that is being of the patient. The patient data, his health records, his personal information, its photographs, clinical photograph, radiology, imaging, whatever it is there in the stored either in the hardware or in the cloud, is the essential responsibility of the medical officer or the institution in which he serves. So cyber security is the greatest pitfall about which we have to guard, and the institution should have a robust system to see that the data doesn't get leaked, and we can give the data only to the patient in the unfortunate event of his demise to his legal heir and nobody else. So this is the current situation, and this I think is the greatest threat or cautionary note to all of us working in the health sector.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to add to that saying the DPDP Act was passed. So the Digital Personal Data Protection Act was passed and it is law by the Government of India. Now the state governments have to adopt it. So I think each of us needs to read the DPDP Act and understand the implications of DPDP Act. Right now it is heavily loaded against, the doctor community because they use terms like data fiduciary and data owner and those kind of things. What it means is if a patient comes and consults me and I take certain data from him, and as sir mentioned, if the data leak happens, the kind of penalty which they have proposed is, even if I sell my hospital, home, everything, I will never be able to, pay that kind of money. I don't know, maybe it is, they are targeting a multinational company audience or where they got these numbers from. So the penalties are very, very stringent. So what that boils down to is in the hospital, we have to look at security. Data password sharing in hospitals in the clinical environment is very, very common, right? You go to a ward and you want to log in into the system. If you have forgotten, usually you look under the keyboard, there will be a small notepad, where the password would be written, or people tend to do this. But according to DPDP Act, if somebody has logged in using a ID, if there is a breach, that person would be blamed. So password sharing is a strict no-no, and the IT teams have to take cognizance of this and bring in measures where, last year AIMS got hacked, and very soon Safdarjung Hospital opposite to the road got hacked. So it's not whether it will happen, it's just a matter of time. And why is health data so important? I hear arguments that you walk into any hospital, you can pick up any patient's file. Why is it suddenly so important? It is important because if you pick up a file, even if you walk around the whole ward, you will get maybe 10 or 15 files. But if I hack into the system, I can get millions of records. And on the dark net, health records are very, very valuable. That is why it is important. And now we have the DPDP Act to worry about. So we have to be cognizant of that. So cyber crime, we hear a lot on the finance side. People call, they ask you to click on a number, or they ask you to, press 9 as a IVR response. You know that, right? We are getting these calls and we are getting into these trouble, it's rampant now. We have to be careful in the hospital environment because we are responsible for the patient's data when we take it. So, one next question, sir, Dr. Kannan. Role of digital transformation in improving operation process and patient experience. What is your experience? This is not, 1 minute, this is not just a hospital, we are talking broadly. We did have a recce before this. So we said, let's not just talk about one institution, but talk about the general practice. Yeah.
By and large, both in terms of operational efficiency and customer experience, the technological revolution that is taking place is so protean and so profound that one is left in awe factor when you visualize things that is going to happening and going to happen in the future. Let us start with small, very simple things like electronic health records, about which much has been talked by the speakers before me. Can you imagine that you are sitting in your desk and you are a consultant, you can retrieve the data of your patients, 3 years, 5 years, past data, and you can go through it and you can arrive at a precise data, where he is in terms of his health, whether he is compliant with his medicines, what is the current status of his status, that you can do. So electronic health records the first step in the technology revolution, a simple step. In pre-COVID days, you know very well that patients have to come to the hospital, then telemedicine came. Patients started demanding, especially for follow-up visits following surgery, why don't you do a telemedicine? So telemedicine has come in a big way, and in most of the hospitals, and is playing a big role, especially post-operative patients, follow-up visits, geriatric patients who cannot come to the hospital. Then we come to the much more exciting area, the remote monitoring of the critical care patients. You know, all the critical care patients, the consultant in the ICU is sitting at home, he can see in his mobile the precise data of the patients who is bedridden in his own ICU, and he can have a dialogue with his junior consultants or the postgraduates or the registrars, and he can give information, and he can visualize the patient also in real time, and he can assess the situation, and he can alter his treatment according to it. Much more exciting is in the realm of radiology and imaging sciences, the algorithm which the AI assists in deciphering and giving a very precise diagnosis. The current experience is the AI is much superior to humans in terms of radiology and imaging sciences, and this is going to be the future. The radiologist, somebody humorously remarked, radiologist when interpreting the images is subject to his emotional status. If he has quarreled with his wife in the morning and is in a very bad mood, his reporting may not be very accurate. AI doesn't have any emotions, the reports will be very accurate. So that is the thing. The third thing, exciting thing, is in the field of microbiology. So now what is happening, instead of doing the conventional PCR and detecting this organism is present, that organism is present, we go to one step ahead. We go to AI assisted genomic microbiological diagnosis, where the AI analyzes the genetic pattern of the microorganism and gives a very precise thing. Currently in major hospitals in Chennai, there is a raging epidemic of bronchopneumonia, viral bronchopneumonia in children. Some of the children unfortunately become very sick and they go for high frequency nasal oxygen in pediatric intensive care unit. We are able to find out precisely the organism that is responsible for that by doing the genomic microbiological studies, and able to convince the patient this is the organism that is causing you so much trouble, and this is the treatment we are going to adopt. And this in the recent epidemic of dengue also, many of the major hospitals, they adopted the genomic studies, and they said though all the serological tests are negative for dengue, it is positive for some other virus. We had, some of the hospitals have reported recently that there is a virus called orthoguinea, unheard of name in any of the pediatric textbooks, which is causing the current epidemic. This is the level of advancement that is taking place in the field of medical sciences thanks to AI. Then you have got robotic surgeries. Many of the urologists, orthopedicians, they have started doing robotic surgeries, 3D printing, machine learning. These are some of the exciting advances. You can go on and on and on. Dr. Tangaprabhu will take objection to my rattling on this. So there is no end to this. The way things are going, see some of the very important things which I have missed, I can tell you. Augmented reality, nanotechnology, virtual reality, these are some of the things that are going to come, or probably already come in the thing. So not only in terms of diagnostics, it is also in terms of therapeutics. Suppose you want a protocol for a particular disease, it's a rare disease, you ask your AI, it will give you a rattle of evidence-based medicine protocols for treating that particular disease. This is happening now. So the way forward is very rosy. It is not replace the medical officers or the medical personnel. It is to assist them, and to that ends we have got a golden era awaiting before us.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Veera, we'll come to you now. How does digitization contribute to improving hospital care?
I would like to thank ET for making me be one of the panelists, and thank moderator Dr. Tangaprabhu sir. Like, it's a good question, like in terms of AI. Now we are crossing into the BI, business intelligence too, and compared with the AI too. The thing is, like when we say like the prime importance which has been given for any hospital is the patient centric. So any patient whose outcome is good enough, his clinical standard is good enough, and the patient comes back more often to a hospital, that says like he's so happy with the services what we pay for. So the recent trends which gives a good notice about the clinical trials. For the clinical trials, AA has given a big relevant model when compared to any other things. Apart from that, it has given the lower cost for a patient, where instead of coming to the hospital, hitting back and back to a hospital for a review, they can have a consultation or a follow-up with a telemedicine. Mostly post to the any surgery or ICU, like they cannot travel back. They want to have someone to be alongside with them. In that cases, that really matters a lot. So lowering the cost for it and reducing the human error, which has given a good way forward. Out of context, like I'll just show 2 slides, where the first slide says about the top 15 Indian states with hospital beds with population. If you see, like the most contribution has been given by Uttar Pradesh, where 76,260 hospital beds are there. But out of one population, like 1 lakh population, only 32 beds has been given for 1 lakh population. It's a good note that South India like Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Kerala is standing good enough with the number of beds when compared to any other hospital. The whole out of India, like around 7,88,000 total beds are there. 70 to 73% has been contributed by the government hospitals, 18 to 19 by the private hospitals, and few other by the role model with telemedicine and other upcoming medical eras. The next. So if you see, India has one of the lowest bed densities when compared to any of the world. Like we stand second to Brazil, and the more good enough bed capacity intensities is Japan, which is holding 130 per 10,000 population. Why I am saying this contest is, this AI has given a good note where, as I said, like the model in terms of ICU, e-ICU has come across, e-ambulance has come across, where when a patient is so sick enough, e-ambulances, morning we have had a lot of discussion with regard to the e-ambulances, where a solution has been come up with the overview, where a tracking system is there, audio-visual platform is there, where a head camera and leg camera is there with the patient, where even a sick patient can be attended immediately. As when we have been discussing, sir was saying that this already has kicked off with Hyderabad, where they have a paramedic, not only paramedic, there is a doctor who can directly intervene with the system from start of the door. So once the patient is loaded into the ambulances, from there on the treatment starts off. This is given only by the means of AI technologies, where a telemedicine device is ported to it and reach the hospital. The TAT time is also very less. So the fleet management and the access tracking is one of the thing where the patient, when the ambulance has started across, so the patient side or the hospital side will get a note, and that will be ease of process for them to start up the process. And with regard to the ambulances, as clinical command center, as we have been seeing about telemedicine, a clinical command center where clinical physicians have been sitting across and they have been commanding to the system. And inside an ambulances, there will be a paramedic will be going for a video chat and they'll be starting the process. And there are 7 parameters and 5 parameters are there where we can choose and we can go with the processes. So as the SRM Global, we have started with the e-ambulances. Mostly we will be on board soon. Next. These are the systems which has been lying across in the e-ambulances. Next. So next is we have been implemented the DOSI bed, where the 5 parameters of blood pressure, respiratory rate, heart rate, sleep and stress is being monitored with the patient at bedside, where this gives a direct note to the patient attender and to the nursing station too. So this is the DOSI monitor which will be available at the nursing station, and this is the DOSI monitor which will be closest to the bedside. And this AI based early warning signs will be given in terms of, as I said, 5 parameters can be checked across, and this will give a right note for the nurses, so immediate attention will be given across. And the same thing will go as a note to the patient attender too. And the next is the feedback system. As we have been discussing, sir was saying about digital yatra, the same thing like face monitoring or face registration along with the feedback mechanism. So language barrier will be there. We are getting the patients elsewhere from anywhere, any parts of India, even from abroad too. So in that medical tourism part of view, like the language barrier shouldn't be a hurdle for them, or we cannot expect always a person to say about the feedback mechanism or to collect a feedback mechanism. So this has been implemented at our hospitals, where we can directly check with the feedback mechanism. They can scan a code and they can have the system with their mobile, or they can directly use it with the monitor or the kiosk. So this gives a listen to the voice record of the patient or patient attender. This happens with both OPD and IPD wards, and we have implemented this. This has given us a good note where we can feel the patient's pulse. So if you give a questionnaire method, it will be only a drawback where only 5 or 6 questions will be answered across. This gives an open feedback mechanism where they don't have any hesitance to any of the addressing parameters. So they can directly say whatever they feel in mind, and the given parameters will be directly addressed to our bot. So this is the thing where they can even listen post to their commanding or their feedback mechanism. After that, if they want to edit across, or they can delete across, and they can come up from the very beginning. So this parameters has reduced the human errors a lot, and this has increased the patient outcome one, and architectural modification and better patient outcome has been a good note out of this CA, sir.
So that's excellent. I think he just gave a practical overview of how they are using technology effectively. Building on that, you are accumulating a lot of data. So how do you think this data can be integrated, and how do you think it can be used for analysis and support your operations?
Right question, sir. Like the thing is, there might be a chances of a data error. So data is the main prime focus where right feed in will give a right feed out. So when we go with the right feed in data and to have a monetization of digital analysis and data analytical systems placed in mind, so this will reduce the manpower cost one. And the next is it will give a right data to the clinical outcome of the patient, their monitoring systems, their medication systems, and this will be a good factor for the doctors panel to discuss across when there is a board of discussion and other things. So as you said, like rightly, there will be n number of files which cannot be taken to the next level for a discussion. In this cases, the right data is being accumulated at one given time, where at any given point they can view across at any channels. Say for example, when we have multiple hospitals located and the patients are now traveling across at any multiple cities. So if they go to that particular city, this MRD or these records will be accessible factor for them, and they don't want to carry across. There are multiple apps which is lying across on our smartphones where they can screen the data and they can show across. When we speak about AA doesn't matter only for the paying patients or only the payable private hospitals. Now the public sector units has come up across with smart cards where we don't want to wait for a doctor to give a concurrence in terms of PSUs like NLC or the IOCL or any other things where they are lying across at a different place, or we don't want to wait a note to get a note from any particular doctor or a chief medical officer. They can come up with a smart card, they can have their smart card installed into a hospital where that captures the data, and during an emergency we don't want to wait for anything, we can directly proceed with the further things. The same thing happens up with the insurances too. So this reduces the good time factor and the TAT, and this is helpful for the clinical researchers, discovery of new drugs, prediction of diseases in terms, and this is giving a development of a new treatment protocols, and these protocols can be delivered to all part of the hospital sectors where from A to Z of any part of peoples can access in easy.
Sure. What I was expecting was you have so much of devices connected in your ambulance, and I'm a ER physician. So instead of seeing the patient first time in the emergency, what would make an impact if I can actually see the ECG on the field? My crew, when they reach the field, they apply a wearable sensor on the patient, and that through Wi-Fi goes to the cloud. So I am actually able to see the ECG when the patient is having an MI on my monitor in the command center.
And we are coming up with a digital stethoscope where the same pulsation can be felt across with the other end, sir.
Correct. So you have say about 10 to 12 devices in the ambulance, and each of these devices is pumping data. This data can be stored as part of the EMR so that it is tagged to that patient, and that's how AI learns. Like it's like a small baby, the more it sees data, the more it learns and the more accurate it is going to become. And Mayo Clinic uses Google Cloud platform. They have digitized all their healthcare data, anonymized it, and they offer it to anybody who wants to do research on it. So using API calls. So that is the level at which they have achieved. And what is happening is insurance industry, pharma industry, so many industries are happy to consume that data, because that data is 40 years of records that Mayo Clinic had, both digital and whatever they had on paper, they have digitized it. So we can also work towards it. We are the IT capital of the world, and these are learnings for us. people keep complaining doctors don't use EMR, doctors are not entering EMR. That is a different ball game altogether. That's a different problem altogether. Whereas if you take data from the machines, it's all there, and this data is very clean because it is coming directly from the machines. The chance of errors are much less. So just, you know, you can put your thoughts around it. We do talk about this in the IIT Research Park, and there are companies working on it. And you can actually predict and prevent many of these problems, learning from our data which they are getting on the field. That's the direction in which we are heading. So we'll come to Mr. Krishan. Krishan, what are the benefits of smart and connected technologies in ensuring a hospital runs smoothly and delivers uninterrupted care?
Sure. First of all, thank you everyone. So just to answer this question, you know, IoT, what is generally what smart device and what is IoT? We are even listening from morning, and because I come from technology background, so I take this privilege to actually comment on that first, and then I'll move to the question specifically asked. So IoT is what? IoT is simply a device which is getting connected with advanced technology to give you the data in such a form where you actually can understand this by processing and analyzing it accurately, that what is going with the patient. And as sir said that even during the even if you are putting a patient in a ambulance, or even from a remote location, or even if at a home, by using wearable devices or some other IoT devices, you actually can handle the situation well in advance and in time. So when we are talking about IoT devices, these are basically devices like used in OT, mainly like we're using robots and EICU, wherein you can again have a robotic process, vital recording of the patient, and like my co-panelist showed that okay how they are having beds and all that. So all those things also. Then we talk about remote monitoring system. Then you have I would say that nowadays you have smart scale, you have your wearable devices, and all these devices are getting evaluated day by day. And then I would say that then you have home apps also, where you can record your health, and you can actually consult with your doctors, physicians at any given point of time, and even they can see the data. If app is provided by hospitals, definitely it is already integrated with their EMR system, and where doctor can see all your health records. So this is what in terms of smart devices. Again it goes to it goes back to okay what all sort of devices and how it can further help. Okay, like even there are some devices for your glucometer kind of devices which is even there in the market, which is integrated with your glucometer, and whenever it senses the whether it is going up or down, basis that understanding and historical data of the patient, it actually triggers even the treatment. So without actually patient knowing it, the patient is getting treatment from such devices. So these are IoT devices. And even if I come to my specific industry where I am currently working, diagnostic field, so we are actually working on like when we go to someone's home for blood sample collection, and even at our centers,